Chapter 2146. This time, the sword competition lasted for a full 10 years before it ended. When the Void Sword Master's voice stopped, he announced the end of this sword conference. Everyone here is a sword cultivator. I am just one step ahead. I hope that today's sword conference will benefit everyone and make the sword path in the void more prosperous. I also hope that one day there will be someone who can sit down with me to discuss the sword. The Void Sword Master said in the end. After he finished speaking, he turned into a beam of sword light that shot into the sky. In the next moment, the Void Sword Master disappeared. However, the sword altar was still there, and so was the sword pressure. Chunzong did not leave immediately. Many sword cultivators were also sitting there, still reminiscing. The environment here was very suitable. Moreover, the sword conference had just ended and the aftertaste was still there. While the aftertaste was still there, they naturally had to seize the opportunity to continue comprehending and consolidate their gains from this sword conference. The effect was the best. If they left just like that, they might lose some of their inspiration. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. Finally, the sword pressure weakened and slowly disappeared. The sword cultivators also woke up one after another, and left the sword altar one after another. What a pity! Just a little bit more and my sword path would have been able to rise to the next level. Some people felt that it was a pity, but their words actually contained a lot of excitement. They had benefited a lot from this sword conference and saved decades or even centuries of comprehension. Of course, different sword cultivators had different talents and different foundations. Therefore, the same 100 years of gains would have different levels, and there would be differences in quality. Just based on cultivation realm alone, the gains of a divine power realm sword cultivator from the sword conference were better than most Yuanming realm cultivators and even better than most Dao manipulation realm cultivators. Little friend Chunzong, how are your gains? The divine power realm sword cultivator, 1,000-mile sword lord Lang Qianli, seemed to pay a lot of attention to Chunzong. After he finished comprehending, he looked at Chunzong and asked. I have gained a lot, Chunzong said sincerely. That was indeed the case. The sword conference of the Void Sword Master had made Chunzong recall his past experiences and why he had practiced the sword. He felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. The sword. Proficiency in the sword. Sincerity in the sword. It could be said that Chunzong gained the most out of all of them. This was because Chunzong had an extremely solid foundation in swordsmanship, an extremely high comprehension ability, and the memory of Sword Master Dongting. All of these factors made him superior to many others. If he really wanted to find someone who could compare to him in this aspect, it would be extremely difficult. Perhaps there was such a person, but they might not be here. They might already be a senior, or they might not have been born yet, or they might exist in a distant place. Here, even the divine tier sword cultivator, Lang Qianli, who was known as the 1,000-mile sword monarch, could not compare to Chunzong. Sword Master Ji Kong's sparring session was like a key that opened up a treasure trove. It allowed Sword Master Dongting's comprehension of the sword and the way of the sword to constantly surge forth. Although Sword Master Dongting's experience was not as good as Sword Master Ji Kong's, he had already walked out his own path in the way of the sword. He was also a sword cultivator in the sovereign realm. Different ideas collided and shattered in Chunzong's mind, leaving behind their essence. They merged into Chunzong's idea of the way of the sword and became his nutrient. He slowly absorbed them, causing his own idea of the way of the sword to sprout like a seed and slowly grow. Now, although the seed of his idea of the way of the sword had just sprouted, it had already displayed astonishing tenacity and stamina. Chunzong firmly believed that one day, he would definitely surpass Sword Master Dongting and even Sword Master Ji Kong. This was because he was unique. This was confidence that came from the deepest part of his heart. Even so, Chunzong was confident, but he would not be arrogant. He would not be arrogant and think that he was unique in his heart. Hence, Chernzong naturally would not coldly reject Lang Qianli's obvious intention of befriending him. Spar. Lang Qianli smiled and issued an invitation, which surprised the other sword cultivators. A divine-tier sword cultivator, and a famous one at that, had actually invited a Dao Control Realm sword cultivator of unknown origins to a sparring match. It was simply unbelievable. One had to know that the gap between the Dao Manipulation Realm and the Divine Ability Realm was simply too great. They were simply on two different levels. The well-dressed young man frowned, looking very dissatisfied, as if he felt that his limelight had been stolen. As for the Yuanming Realm sword cultivator, he glanced at Chernzong and then at Lang Qianli. He did not say anything and immediately left. Humph! The well-dressed young man snorted coldly. After sweeping his gaze over Chernzong, he also left. I'm older than you, so I'll call you Brother Chen. Lang Qianli smiled. You can directly call me by my name. Brother Qianli. Chernzong smiled. Of course, he would not be so arrogant as to directly call him by his name. That would be disrespectful. The Way of the Sword was naturally in Lang Qianli's void flying boat. The Way of the Sword lasted for a month. Lang Qianli shared his understanding of the sword and the Way of the Sword, explaining its profoundness. Chernzong did the same. Lang Qianli felt that Chernzong was quite congenial and had issued an invitation out of curiosity. However, he had never imagined that Chernzong's understanding of the Way of the Sword would be so astonishing that it had actually given him quite a bit of insight. That was a collision of inspiration and ideas, which stirred up invisible sparks. Lang Qianli had gained quite a bit, and so had Chernzong. A divine ability realm sword cultivator who could ascend to the first level of the sword altar already had an outstanding accumulation of knowledge of the Way of the Sword. During the Way of the Sword, Chernzong also learned about the path that Lang Qianli had taken. Similar to the Zenith Sword Master, Lang Qianli had broken all techniques with a single sword. Of course, compared to the Zenith Sword Master, Lang Qianli's technique was still very inexperienced. However, he had walked ahead of Chernzong. For a month, other than the Way of the Sword, the two would also drink and chat. Therefore, Lang Qianli, a wandering cultivator, knew about Chernzong's identity. A true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, and a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. As a divine ability realm sword cultivator from the black and white world, Lang Qianli had some understanding of the Will Heavenly Palace. At least, he knew that the true disciples of the 5 palaces were different from ordinary true disciples. Back then, I almost entered the Will Heavenly Palace. Lang Qianli laughed. As a cultivator from the Central Void, almost all of them yearned to enter the Will Heavenly Palace. However, it was too difficult to become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Lang Qianli had also attempted the Will of Heart a few times, but he had failed. In the end, he had given up. It was not that only by becoming a disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace could one cultivate to a very high level and become very powerful. Outside of the Will Heavenly Palace, there were many cultivators who were stronger than the disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace. For example, Lang Qianli was at the Divine Ability Realm, and his battle strength was shocking. There were very few Divine Ability Realm cultivators in the Will Heavenly Palace who could defeat him. After the Way of the Sword, Chernzong also bid farewell to Lang Qianli. He boarded the Voidwalker and returned to the Will Heavenly Palace. Little Brother Chen is not ordinary. Perhaps it won't be long before his name shakes the entire void. Lang Qianli stared at the Voidwalker and sighed. There was no jealousy, only deep admiration. This was a peerless talent of the younger generation. He was currently blossoming with his own brilliance. Lang Qianli had never seen such a dazzling junior before. Inside the Voidwalker, Chernzong was cultivating. In the 10 years since the Void Sword Master started the Way of the Sword, Chernzong had gained a lot. Not only did his accumulation of sword Dao improve, but he also understood the mysteries of one sword to break all laws and one sword to create a world. He had begun to walk on these two paths. In addition, his cultivation base had increased. His Qi cultivation base had reached the peak of the fourth transformation of the Dao manipulation realm. He was only one step away from the fifth transformation. As for his body refinement cultivation base, he had also reached the peak of the third transformation due to the continuous battle and cultivation. Now, his enlightenment in the past 10 years, especially the sect returning swords, had actually affected the great Tao of the world, causing his body refinement cultivation base to break through and reach the fourth transformation. Although in the past 10 years, his body refinement cultivation base was still a little slower than his Qi cultivation base, but the difference was not too great. Now, he had reached the late stage of the fourth transformation divine body realm, which was a small level away from the fourth transformation of the Dao manipulation realm. With my current strength, I should be able to have a 9-star battle strength. On the Voidwalker, Chen Zong thought to himself. Although he was not very sure, he had a feeling in his heart that it was not far from the mark. However, Chen Zong did not know how strong the ultimate realm was. That was a level that surpassed the limit. Eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan only had the ultimate realm's 10-star battle strength when he was at the 7th transformation of the Dao manipulation realm. And now, eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan was the strongest fighter in the divine ability realm in the Will Heavenly Palace. Even in the entire void, he was at the top level. Then what about himself? What level of cultivation base should he be at to have the ultimate realm's combat strength? Comparison was everyone's nature and instinct, especially when compared with those who were outstanding. Even the most indifferent person would subconsciously have such thoughts. The only difference was in strength. Chen Zong was a human, so naturally, he was not an exception. However, there was no answer at the moment. However, he would know everything when he returned to the Will Heavenly Palace and raised his cultivation base. Then, he would start to break through his cultivation base now. He had gained a lot in the 10 years of the sword competition. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the fourth transformation of the Dao manipulation realm in one go. He was only a sliver away from the fifth transformation, as if he could break through at any time. Chen Zong wanted to see if he could successfully break through to the fifth transformation before returning to the Will Heavenly Palace. Unfortunately, when Chen Zong returned to the Will Heavenly Palace, his cultivation still had not broken through. He was still at the peak of the fourth transformation, as if he could break through at any time but lacked something. Since that was the case, Chen Zong did not force it. Under normal circumstances, breaking through naturally was the best because it represented a solid foundation. Forcing a breakthrough was only a last resort. It would affect one's foundation and require more time and effort to make up for it. Then, he would go challenge the Star Battle Pagoda now. That was the best way to test his strength. Stepping into the first floor of the Star Battle Pagoda, Chen Zong used his body refinement strength. However, this time, Chen Zong did not use any martial arts like the Sky Do Luminous Star Fist. Instead, he drew his sword. Chapter 2147. The 7th floor of the Star Battle Pagoda was a 7-star barbarian tortoise. Previously, Chen Zong couldn't defeat him with his physique, but this time, Chen Zong was confident. This was because the power of the world god physique had been further developed. There were 2 paths in the sword Dao. One sword to break all techniques. One sword to create a world. The Void Sword Master's lecture had given Chen Zong a lot of inspiration. Chen Zong boldly changed the sect origin sword art, removing it from the Qi refinement Dao and integrating it into the body refinement Dao. Since it was a sword to create a world, then wouldn't the world Dao be the most suitable? This was undoubtedly a risk. If he failed, it meant that Chen Zong's foundation would be damaged. However, if he learned the Tao in the morning, he could die in the evening. Chen Zong was a Tao seeker, so he should have the fearlessness of a Tao seeker. Fortunately, he didn't fail, so now was the time to test it. The first style of the sect origin sword art. Sect origin sword. In an instant, Chen Zong slashed out. Under the power of the world god physique, its power fused with the extreme heart phaseless sword, creating a unique transformation. The sharpness of the sword and the majestic power of the world suppressed everything. This sword carried an extremely terrifying power. It didn't seem to be reasonable, nor did it seem to have many variations. It was just a sword, but it directly slashed out, suppressing. The barbarian tortoise's defense was extremely shocking. A 7-star barbarian tortoise's defense could barely resist an 8-star barbarian tortoise's attack. If one wanted to break through it, one would need to have an 8-star barbarian tortoise's attack, and not just once. With one slash, 10,000 rays of sword light bloomed. Each ray of sword light contained terrifying power. In an instant, the 10,000 rays of sword light converged into one. It was extremely vast and majestic. Even though Chen Zong tried his best to compress it, it was still as thick as a thigh. It shot out like a cannon. The barbarian tortoise was instantly sent flying. Although he didn't die, cracks appeared on his body. His tortoise totem flickered as if it was about to collapse. With a strange cry, the barbarian turtle instantly retracted his limbs into a ball. Red light blossomed from his body, and he began to spin like a sawtooth as he charged forward. Chen Zong didn't dodge. He slashed out again. He used sect origin sword. Origin sword light, but he used all of his power. The fiercely rotating red light paused for a moment. In the next breath, it was directly hit by the majestic sword light. It was peerlessly domineering and instantly shattered. The power of this sword was completely surpassed 8-star barbarian tortoise's power. Suppression. Chen Zong stepped onto the 8th floor. His opponent, 8 battle barbarian tortoises barbarian tortoise. Sect origin sword. He barbarian tortoise 10,000 swords returned to one sword. However, it contained many types of transformations. It was very profound and the transformations were at will. Was the second style of 10,000 swords, picturesque mountains and rivers. As the sword struck out, sword chi surged, turning into a majestic sword mountain surrounded by a long river. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a superb work of art written by a saint of the painting Tao. It also seemed like a real mountain and river. It appeared to be even more realistic than before. Its structure, veined patterns and all sorts of other details were incomparably clear. This was a picturesque sword of mountains and rivers that was driven by the power of the great path of the world. The picturesque sword of mountains and rivers that was driven by the power of the heart of swords was very different. It was more solid and more powerful. Even Chen Zong was surprised by the compatibility between the great way of the world and the 10,000 swords returned to origin. It was as if the two were supposed to have such a tacit understanding and close connection. When Chen Zong thought that the 10,000 swords in one returned to one swords as the sword principle of creating a world with one sword, he was invisibly in line with the mystery of the great way of the world. The great way of the world evolved the world. Under picturesque mountains and rivers, the 8-star barbarian apes were directly suppressed. They couldn't move at all and could only be crushed into pieces. It was very easy. After resting for a while to recover his strength, Chen Zong entered the 9th floor. Last time, he was defeated on the 9th floor. What about this time? Would he be able to defeat his opponent on the 9th floor? Chen Zong didn't know, but his battle intent was burning like fire. His opponent on the 9th floor was still the barbarian flood dragon. It seemed to be the same barbarian flood dragon from last time. When the barbarian flood dragon saw Chen Zong, he let out a loud roar. His eyes were filled with ferocity. His body flashed, and he unleashed an incredible amount of power and speed. He stretched out his long arms and swept them towards Chen Zong. It was as if he could break mountains and rivers. Last time, Chen Zong had burst out with all his strength, but he could only block 4 moves and was killed by the 5th move. This time, his cultivation base had increased by a small realm, and his overall strength was stronger. Moreover, the 10,000 swords in one swords was broken and reformed. It was driven by the great way of the world, and it was even more perfect and powerful. Sword out. Return of the 10,000 swords. The majestic sword light was vast and mighty. It was as if one sword had turned into 10,000, and then 10,000 swords had returned to one. As they gathered and dispersed, there was always a force that connected them. They cooperated with each other like stars in the sky, as if they were charging and breaking through enemy lines. Collision. The sword light shattered, and the barbarian flood dragon's attack was blocked. As expected, Chen Zong was secretly happy. His strength was enough to fight against the 9-star demon barbarian warrior. Even though he still seemed to be at a disadvantage, he was still much stronger than before. The return of 10,000 swords was more compatible with the great Tao of the world. Moreover, the energy consumed every time it was used was less, but its power was more powerful. Picturesque landscape. The sword mountain landed on the body of the barbarian flood dragon. Sword chi surrounded the body of the barbarian flood dragon and sliced it apart. It was as if the barbarian flood dragon was going to be cut into pieces. The excruciating pain caused the barbarian flood dragon to become even more ferocious. Their totemic power exploded, and their strength increased exponentially. They instantly blocked the river of sword energy and shattered the sword mountain. However, the barbarian flood dragon did not die. Compared to the other barbarian tribes, the barbarian flood dragon was a true elite. When they were at the warrior level, they could use their totemic power twice. They would not die the first time, but they would die the second time. Moreover, when ordinary barbarian warriors used their totemic power, their strength would increase by 2. When the barbarian apes and barbarian elephants used their totemic power, their strength would increase by 3. When the barbarian flood dragons used their totemic power, their strength would increase by 4. In other words, if the destructive power of an ordinary barbarian warrior was 1, their totemic power would increase by 3. When the barbarian elephants and barbarian apes used their totemic power, their destructive power would increase by 4. When the barbarian flood dragons used their totemic power, their destructive power would increase by 5. When the barbarian dragons used their totemic power, their destructive power would increase by 6. Moreover, they could use their totemic power multiple times. Compared to the barbarian tribe's totemic power, the secret techniques of the human race were very weak. After all, they would only increase their strength by a few %. At most, it would only increase their strength by 2 times. Even if the heart fire of the Will Heavenly Palace was used to build 33 heart palaces, it would only increase their strength by 33%. The increase of 3 times was not even comparable to the barbarian flood dragon's totemic power. However, there were pros and cons. The human race's secret technique would not be life-threatening even if there were side effects, unless they continued to use their totemic power. The barbarian tribe was different. They could use their totemic power, but using their totemic power would be fatal. Even the elite barbarian flood dragons could only use their totemic power twice. Therefore, they would not use their totemic power unless it was the most critical moment. As for the royal barbarian dragons, although they could use their totemic power multiple times, they would not use it as a normal method either. Picturesque mountains and rivers. When Chen Zongshi unleashed the second sword attack, it was at the level of a heavenly magical power. Its might was astonishing, but the depletion of his energy was much lower than before. As a result, even after unleashing 2 heavenly magical powers consecutively with his 4 transformations divine body realm strength, he still had more than half of his energy left. Suppress. This time, the barbarian flood dragon was still suppressed. However, the power of the totemic power had not dissipated completely. The barbarian flood dragon's body trembled slightly, and he broke free from the picturesque mountains and rivers again. Chunzong's expression became serious. The extreme heart formless sword was raised, as straight as a stick of incense towards the sky. It was placed vertically between his eyebrows, facing the sword. Sincerity, intent, the power of the world divine body went silent, and the power of the heart sword doctrine was instantly awakened. The power of the sword doctrine territory also condensed and compressed into the sword. The second move of the heart refining sword. Heart refining sword 2. The sword radiance pierced through the air. It was extremely fast, and there were no signs of it at all. It was extremely fast and condensed. The sword penetrated and destroyed everything. The barbarian flood dragon broke free from the suppression of the picturesque mountains and rivers. When he attacked, his heart was instantly pierced by the sword radiance. The totemic power on his body flickered and exploded. With a boom, the barbarian flood dragon attacked with all his might. Heart fire. 6th level heart fire. Picturesque mountains and rivers. In the instant of danger, Chunzong attacked again. The sword radiance flashed and suppressed the barbarian flood dragon. Although the barbarian flood dragon broke free from the picturesque mountains and rivers, his speed was greatly reduced. Heart refining sword 2. Kill. The sword pierced through the barbarian flood dragon's forehead. When the barbarian flood dragon arrived in front of Chunzong, he fell from the sky. Dead. Chunzong couldn't help but exhale. That was close. If not for the fact that he was stronger, he wouldn't have been able to use the Heaven God sword technique 5 times in a row. If he had used it 1 time less, he might have lost. However, he had won, and it proved that his current strength had indeed reached the 9-star level. Furthermore, he had only used the heart fire. He hadn't used the primordial sword origin. Although he had defeated the barbarian flood dragon and proved that he had 9-star strength, Chunzong wasn't very happy. He didn't know how much difference there was between him and a 10-star. After recovering his strength, Chunzong stepped into the 10th level. His opponent on the 10th level was still the barbarian flood dragon. It didn't seem much different from the barbarian flood dragon on the 9th level, but its aura was even more powerful. With one look, Chunzong knew that he was no match for it. Then, let's fight. Heart fire. Picturesque mountains and rivers. Primordial sword origin. Heart refining sword 2. Kill. He attacked with all his might, and he didn't hold back at all. However, a look of disdain flashed across the barbarian flood dragon's eyes. It suddenly attacked with its claw, and it seemed to be able to destroy the void. It directly tore apart the picturesque mountains and rivers' sword radiance and shattered the heart refining sword 2. Chunzong's eyelids twitched. Chapter 2148. Outside the Battlestar Tower, Chunzong was slightly stunned. Although Chunzong had already guessed that his current strength shouldn't have reached the 10-star level, he knew that he wasn't a match for the 10-star barbarian flood dragon. The difference between them wasn't small. However, he did not expect the difference to be so great. 2 moves. The barbarian flood dragon had only used 2 moves. The first move was to shatter his own attack. The second move was to blow him up. That's right, it was blasted apart. That kind of terrifying power was something that even the world god body of the 4th transformation realm couldn't withstand. It was directly blasted apart. The difference between the low extremity and the 9-star combat power is somewhat unexpected, Chunzong said to himself as he came back to his senses. Originally, Chernzong thought that the difference between the low extremity of the 10-star level and the 9-star level should be similar to the difference between the 9-star level and the 8-star level. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the difference. The difference between the 9-star level and the 10-star level was not that simple. After all, the 9-star level was considered a regular level of combat power, while the 10-star level was known as the extreme state. The extreme state represented breaking through the limit and breaking the shackles. Just like the divine tribulation, the 10th level above the 9th level was the extreme state tribulation, also known as the low extremity tribulation. Its power was far greater than the 9th level tribulation. In this case, even if my cultivation breaks through to the 5th transformation or 5th transformation, I probably won't be able to reach the low extremity, Chernzong realized after secretly comparing. As for whether his combat power could reach the 10-star level when he was at the 6th transformation or 6th transformation, Chernzong was not sure. Extreme state combat power. That level was a little far from his current level. However, Chernzong was 100% sure that when his cultivation reached the 7th transformation or 7th transformation, he would definitely have the combat power of the low extremity. In that case, he would not be inferior to Luo Beichuan. Right now, my qi cultivation is at the peak of the 4th transformation, and my body cultivation is at the late stage of the 4th transformation. It will probably take a lot of time to break through to the 5th transformation or 5th transformation. Chernzong pondered. If it's the 6th transformation or 6th transformation, it will take even longer. It might even take a few decades. This was a little too long. Of course, if he could have another opportunity like the Sword Master's Sword competition, he could shorten the time by several times. However, such an opportunity could only be encountered and not sought. It was unrealistic for Chernzong to just sit there and do closed-door training for a few decades. Now, Chernzong was eager to go out and explore. The White Realm is the original realm. It's extremely vast, but I haven't explored it yet. Chernzong's mind was moved, and he immediately began to ponder. As one of the few original realms in the void, it was a top-notch world. Of course, it was extraordinary. Chernzong turned around and left the Star Battle Pagoda, preparing to ask his master about the White Realm. Unexpectedly, he ran into his third senior sister, Yu Wuxia. Judging from her expression, she seemed a little unhappy, as if she hadn't been satisfied. Little junior brother, your cultivation base has improved again. Is it very fast? Yu Wuxia's eyes lit up when she saw Chernzong. Her figure flashed and she appeared beside Chernzong. She hugged Chernzong's shoulder with one hand and grabbed his chest with the other. Let me see if your chest has become sturdier. Chernzong felt helpless. His body shook and the muscles all over his body flowed like water, making his body extremely agile. He slid out from under Yu Wuxia's arm and avoided her grab. This was something that Chernzong had been able to achieve after his body-tempering cultivation base had improved. He had listened to the Extreme Space Sword Master's Sword competition, and he had incorporated the sect returning swords into his body-tempering cultivation. Of course, this was also because Yu Wuxia hadn't used her true strength. However, Yu Wuxia's cultivation base was at the Origin Underworld realm. Furthermore, she wasn't an ordinary Origin Underworld realm cultivator. The difference between her and Chernzong's cultivation base was too great. Chernzong wouldn't be able to take it if she got serious. Senior sister, your image. Chernzong deliberately teased her while avoiding her attack. Humph. My image is too good. Yu Wuxia pretended to be disdainful. By the way, third senior sister, I'd like to ask you if there are any places in the White Realm suitable for Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators to train. Chernzong didn't continue to tease her. Instead, he had a flash of inspiration and immediately asked. You've asked the right person. Yu Wuxia habitually reached out and patted Chernzong's shoulder. Come, have a few drinks with me. I'll tell you more about it. When Yu Wuxia mentioned wine, Chen Zong suddenly felt like the wine worm in his stomach seemed to be crying out. In that case, let's have a few drinks. What they were drinking was naturally Yu Wuxia's wine. It was a fine wine that she had obtained in the past. It was a 1,000-year-old wine called Drunken Fire. Drunken Fire. Just from the name, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary wine. It was a strong wine. In fact, when Drunken Fire was poured out of the fiery red jade jar, Chen Zong was attracted to it. It was like lava, emitting a shocking heat. Moreover, the color was bright red and without any impurities. It was incomparably magnificent, like a beautiful piece of art. At the same time, an intoxicating fragrance spread out. The wine fragrance was extremely rich and pervaded the surroundings. It was as if it had turned into a wine fragrance domain that actively drilled into the nose. Chen Zong couldn't help but inhale. He felt that his entire body was enveloped by the wine fragrance. Come, cheers. Yu Wuxia filled a big bowl and handed one to Chen Zong. She raised the other bowl and gestured to him. Then, she drank it all in one gulp. Chen Zong didn't do as Yu Wuxia did. Instead, he first took a sip. He found that when the wine entered his mouth, it was shockingly hot. It was as if he had poured lava into his mouth, burning it. Fortunately, Chen Zong's world-divine body was strong enough to withstand this kind of heat. After swallowing it, the scorching hot wine flowed down and entered his stomach. He felt as if he had swallowed a stream of fire. In an instant, steam filled the air. It was as if his entire body had become a source of heat. Chen Zong felt extremely comfortable. He had only taken a sip, and it was already like this. Yu Wuxia, on the other hand, had drunk a whole bowl of it. It was at least 10 times more than what he had drunk in a single sip. Her originally flawless face flushed a little, and she looked very delicate and beautiful, like a flower that had just bloomed with dew. Traces of a unique fragrance were emitted from Yu Wuxia's body. It was very pleasant and intoxicating. Chen Zong couldn't help but take a breath. Yu Wuxia's face seemed to turn even redder. She was more shy than a delicate flower. The unique fragrance was the fragrance of Yu Wuxia's body that had been stimulated by the Drunken Fire liquor. It was mixed with the fragrance of the wine, but Chen Zong didn't understand. Little junior brother, are you a man? If you are, then drink it all. Yu Wuxia filled another bowl for herself. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her tone was a little provocative. Chen Zong had always been very calm. However, at this moment, after being provoked by Yu Wuxia, he didn't know why, but he suddenly drank the rest of the wine in one gulp. The heat suddenly became several times stronger. He felt as if his whole body was burning. The amazing drunkenness and steam emitted from the wine made Chen Zong feel a little dizzy for a moment. The wine was too strong. Just a bowl of wine was enough to make him feel tipsy. This was something he had never experienced before. Yu Wuxia drank a second bowl. She poured a third bowl for herself and a second bowl for Chen Zong. Drink. While drinking, Yu Wuxia told Chen Zong about the places in the White Realm that were suitable for Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators to train. She also explained the various things to pay attention to. These were all from Yu Wuxia's experience. This was because she had also trained in the White Realm in the past. Even now, she planned to go out and train again. After all, the White Realm was the original realm. It was a very powerful world. There were some dangerous forbidden areas and so on. Even Dao Venerables would be in danger if they entered, let alone Dao Manipulation Realm, Yuanming Realm, and Divine Power Realm cultivators. At some point there was a clattering sound, and the wine bowls fell from their hands. Then, the two of them were drunk. Chen Zong swore that this was the most drunk he had ever been. He was completely unconscious. When he woke up, Chen Zong found that he seemed to be lying on something soft and tough. It was unexpectedly comfortable. He couldn't help but twist his head a few times in a daze. It was a wonderful feeling. When he turned over, Chen Zong's face was facing down. He directly came into contact with the softness. A unique fragrance mixed with the smell of drunken fire wine immediately entered his nose, causing Chen Zong's intoxicated head to gradually sober up. Thinking back, he seemed to have asked Yu Wuxia about the training in the White Realm and so on. At the same time, he drank with her. The wine was very strong. It was the first time he had seen such strong wine in his life. In the end, both of them were drunk. Then, he didn't know anything. So now Chen Zong's expression changed drastically when he regained consciousness. He hurriedly got up. He had actually used third senior sister's delicate body as a pillow. Moreover, he had directly used her towering peaks as a pillow. No wonder they were so soft. That wasn't all. After waking up, his mind was still in a daze. He actually twisted a few times and even turned around. Thinking of what he had just done, Chen Zong stood up with a whoosh and hurriedly took a few steps back. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. This was the violent third senior sister they were talking about. Chen Zong had already learned of her infamous reputation in the heavenly palace of will. Her methods were violent to the extreme, causing others to tremble in fear. If third senior sister were to find out that he was rubbing against her chest, she would probably jump up and beat him up. Just thinking of the consequences made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. Fortunately, third senior sister seemed to have drunk a lot and was very drunk. She hadn't woken up yet. Chen Zong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Anyway, I've been attacked many times in the past. Now we're even. With this, Chen Zong no longer had any psychological burden. It was as if he had returned the favor. Although he said so, he was still worried that third senior sister would suddenly wake up. She wouldn't reason with him. Looking around, Chen Zong's eyes lit up. He immediately reached out and carried Yu Wuxia in his arms. He walked into the cave and gently placed Yu Wuxia's body on a large bed carved out of red jade in the middle of the cave. The large bed carved out of red jade was full of patterns of flames. It gave people a feeling of burning, as if it could awaken some kind of instinctive desire deep in their hearts and ignite them. Chapter 2149. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Chen Zong turned into a beam of sword light, leaving the Mountain of Mind and entering the White World. The Mountain of Mind was very special. It seemed to be inside the White World, but also seemed to be outside of it. After flying out of the Mountain of Mind, he quickly crossed the Heart Sea. For Chen Zong, even if the Heart Sea had not returned to its calm state, it was no longer a threat, because the Heart Palace guarded the mind. This was also the reason why the disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace could freely enter and exit the Heart Sea. When Chen Zong flew out of the Heart Sea, he attracted the attention of many people. These people were waiting here for the Heart Sea to return to its calm state so that they could cross the Heart Sea and ascend the Mountain of Mind and become true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace. Most of them were prodigies from various factions. Chen Zong did not see Wang Kuan at a glance. Perhaps Wang Kuan still did not have much confidence. Ignoring these people, Chen Zong quickly left. Once he was far away from the Heart Sea, Chen Zong's wildly beating heart immediately calmed down. Too exciting. Fortunately, third senior sister had not woken up. Otherwise, she would have been beaten to death or crippled. So violent. What Chen Zong didn't know was that when he placed Yu Wuxia on the crimson jade bed and started to move, the moment he turned and left the palace, Yu Wuxia sat up and opened her eyes. There was a gentleness in her expression that had never been seen before, and a blush seemed to flash across her cheeks. The black and white world was white above and black below. The black world was also called the Heart Demon World. It was the birthplace of the Heart Demon in the void. The white world was located above the Heart Demon World. It suppressed the Heart Demon World, so that the Heart Demon World would not come out to wreak havoc in the void. Come to think of it, the human race in the void was really plagued with misfortune. Chen Zong's thoughts were not without basis. He did not know anything else, but he knew of major disasters such as the invasion of the Void Demons, the rebellion of hundreds of foreign races, and now the northern front line of the barbarians. The Void Demons were the dark side of the void. They were a collection of negative energy. This sounded similar to the Heart Demon world, but there were differences. The Void Fiend had a physical body, while the Heart Fiend was illusory. The invasion of the demons in the void had brought a big disaster to the human clan. Countless people had been sacrificed, which had led to the decline of the overall cultivation level. Until now, they hadn't recovered yet. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few Spirit Realm warriors in the void. Of course, it was also because many Spirit Realm warriors were rushing to the northern battlefront. In the end, the Void Fiend was suppressed. Although there was still a small number of Void Fiends wandering outside, they were not much of a threat. Other than that, there was also the rebellion of the outsiders in history. Originally, the Void did not only belong to the human race, but also to the hundreds of alien races. However, the invasion of the Void Demons not only affected the human race, but also the non-human races. After the Void Demons were suppressed, the human race suffered great losses, and so did the non-human kind. At that time, for some reason, the outsiders had a screw loose in their heads. They actually gathered together and formed an army to attack the human domain. Naturally, their goal was to repel the human race and occupy all of the void. That battle lasted for hundreds of years, and the casualties were even greater. But in the end, the human clan won, and the defeated foreign clan was naturally driven out of the void territory to the edge of the void, which was the place outside the western void now. In essence, it also belonged to the void, but it was separated. Therefore, the human race called it the outer region of the void, or the outer region of the void. Now, the barbarian tribe was invading the northern edge of the void. Led by the Eternal Battle Fort, the Spirit Realm warriors of many forces had gone there. Many Spirit Realm warriors of the independent Spirit Realm warriors had also gone there to resist the invasion of the barbarian tribe. There was also the Evil God tribe. The Evil God tribe had come from nowhere, and was now lurking in various places of the void. It seemed that they were planning something big. No matter what the plan was, it would only be bad for the void and the human race. However, there was no need for him to think so much. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation and strength. Only when he had a stronger fighting capacity could he be qualified to consider other things and face all kinds of dangers and turn them into safety. Now, his chi cultivation had reached the peak of the fourth transformation of the Tao controlling realm, and his body cultivation was at the late stage of the fourth transformation of the divine body realm. If there was a chance, he might be able to break through to the fifth transformation and fifth transformation in a short time. However, it was still not enough. If he wanted to reach the sixth transformation or seventh transformation, it would still take a lot of time. It was possible that it would take decades or even centuries, unless there was some kind of opportunity. Chen Zong gave up on cultivating in seclusion and chose to go out to train. He would use battles to support battles. If there was a chance that he could get some kind of opportunity, he might be able to shorten the time needed to break through. As for how much it could be shortened, it was still unclear. He would try his best. Chen Zong chose the White Jade City as his first stop in the White World. The White Jade City was called the White Jade City in the heavens. It was a huge city floating 1,000 meters in the air. It was said that the whole city was made of white jade. It was crystal clear and pure, unparalleled. It was said that the White Jade City was built by the 3 great dynasties and 4 great sects in the White World. It was the #1 city in the White World. Many great factions spent a lot of money and resources to build the White Jade City. Their purpose was very simple. Firstly, it was to benefit the White World. Secondly, it was to groom talent. The White World was vast. Other than the few great factions, there were even more small factions and rogue cultivators. There would still be some talents among the small factions and rogue cultivators. and the White Jade City was like a place to groom talent. Chernzong's purpose in heading to the White Jade City was not to groom talents or anything. He was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. In terms of status, it was not something that the disciples of the few great factions could compare to. Even the elders of the few great factions did not have any sense of superiority in front of a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. What Chernzong was interested in were the challenges set by the White Jade City to groom talent. The difficulty of those challenges was not low, and when one reached a certain level, one could obtain good rewards. According to Yu Wuxia's suggestion, Chernzong definitely had to make a trip to the White Jade City. It would be best if he could pass all the challenges and obtain the highest rewards, because those rewards were very useful for those in the Dao manipulation realm. This was also the reason why Chernzong chose the White Jade City as his first stop in the White World. Not long after, the silhouette of a huge jade-white city appeared in front of Chernzong's eyes. Huge. Vast. Sparkling. Yes, under the sunlight, the huge city made of white jade was indeed sparkling with a sparkling light. There was an indescribable holiness to it. It was as if one's soul would be purified here. There was more than one gate in the White Jade City. They were all open, and there were no guards because there was no need. In this place, no one dared to cause trouble openly because they did not have the guts to do so. White Jade City was guarded by experts from several major forces. Whoever dared to cause trouble would be captured or even killed immediately. Chernzong stared as he approached. He did not stop and directly entered the White Jade City through the open gate. Entering the White Jade City, the holy aura became even more intense. It was as if everyone who entered the White Jade City was bathed in a layer of white light. The White Jade City had a long history. It had been built for more than 100,000 years. Chernzong could not help but recall the time when he first arrived at the White Cloud Mountain when his cultivation was still very low. The White Cloud Mountain that had lasted for 10,000 years. At that time, he felt extremely shocked. However, after entering the void, he realized that 10,000 years was nothing. The White Jade City had a history of more than 100,000 years. In the void, it was actually nothing. Chernzong was not in a hurry to start the challenge. Instead, he first toured the White Jade City. No matter what, it was a famous huge city in the White World. It was the #1 city in the White World. Whether it was its scale, layout, culture, or aura, everything was unique. It was worth understanding, observing, and feeling. Experience, that was a combination of traveling and training. Experience was never something that could be represented by battles alone. Experience was just a name. There were many things within it. Battles were just one of them. There was also experience and so on. Looking at different sceneries and experiencing different states of mind would become a kind of accumulation. He did not know when it would become an opportunity for him to have a flash of inspiration. Since he came out to experience, Chernzong naturally would not let his mind be tense. Instead, he was in a relaxed state. He relaxed his body and mind. He used his clear eyes to see everything in this world. He used his sharp senses to feel everything in this world. Perhaps with a flash of inspiration, his cultivation would be able to break through and reach the 5th revolution Dao manipulation realm. At this moment, Chernzong seemed to have become a tourist. He came here to enjoy the scenery. He walked and stopped, looked around, and felt carefully. This kind of peaceful aura had a kind of heart-penetrating feeling. It was as if his entire body had become peaceful. Even if there was worry or irritation in his heart, it would slowly disappear. The construction of White Jade City had indeed expended a lot of effort. Every detail seemed to have been carefully sculpted. After all, this was a kind of representation. The #1 city of the White Domain was not just a name. It also had a real meaning. For several days, Chernzong did not challenge. Instead, he completely relaxed. He relaxed his body and mind, and wholeheartedly explored White Jade City. White Jade City was very, very big. It was simply not a city. It was more like a country. There were many historical and meaningful buildings. They were all left behind by the predecessors for the future generations to admire. Observing the buildings, tasting the good food and wine. After a few days, Chunzong only felt that his sharp aura seemed to have mellowed a little. It did not disappear, but there was a kind of restrained feeling. It was like a sharp sword returned to its sheath. The sharpness was in the sheath. It was fine if it was not released, but once it was released, it would be earth-shattering. This feeling made Chunzong's control of the heart refining, and 10,000 swords returning to origin more and more skillful. When he unconsciously used them, although the power did not directly increase, the energy consumption of his body decreased by a little. On the 5th day, Chunzong finally walked around White Jade City. Of course, he only walked around in general and did not go into detail. But it was enough. On the 6th day, Chunzong moved. He went to the first challenge location to begin his journey. Chapter 2150. The White Jade City was built by the joint efforts of the 4 great sects of the 3 great dynasties. Not only was it enormous and vast, but it also had all kinds of complete and high-end facilities. The 3 great challenges that were set up were also determined after countless simulations and tests. The 3 challenges were located in 3 different directions of White Jade City, and the buildings were very prominent. Chunzong came to the first challenge place. The appearance of the White Jade Palace was like a gate. The gate was hundreds of meters tall, and it was astonishingly huge. The gate was covered with complicated patterns. Chunzong was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he stared at the extremely complicated patterns on the gate. They were like stars in the sky, containing some indescribable mystery. This challenge was called the Infinite Gate. Of course, it was not really infinite. At most, there were only 100 gates. 100 gates were for challenges of the Tao manipulation realm. The challenge of the Infinite Gate was to open the gate. It sounded simple, but the content was not simple at all. Opening the gate was not as simple as simply pushing it open. One had to comprehend the mystery of the gate. After deciphering its mystery, one could open it and enter the next gate. Chunzong did not enter the palace with the giant gate. There were many people inside. Most of them were cultivators from small forces or independent cultivators. The White Realm was very big and vast. Therefore, it gave birth to many geniuses. In addition, the White Realm was the original realm, an extremely high-end world. It was a powerful world with the potential to expand into the void. To some extent, it was not inferior to the void at all. Therefore, there were many Tao manipulation realm cultivators among the younger generation in the White Realm. The ratio was relatively high. The Divine Ascension cultivators here were of different ages. Some looked middle-aged and some looked old. Anyway, as long as one challenged to a certain level, they would be rewarded. It was equivalent to getting rewards for free. They did not have to pay a big price. It was just some time, so why not? This was also the strategy of the 3 dynasties and 4 sects. They used some treasure as rewards to attract people and recruit talents to work for them. Although those treasures were not bad, they were not particularly precious to the 3 great empires and the 4 great sections. If they could be used to recruit some talents, it would be completely valuable. Moreover, it wasn't that easy to get a reward. For the 3 great dynasties and the 4 great sects, this was a treasure that would not hurt them greatly. However, it could attract a large number of geniuses from all over the White World. No matter how one looked at it, it was quite worth it. Even if they didn't manage to recruit any talents, just the increase in the flow of people in Bayou City and the increase in consumption would be enough to break even. Inside the Limitless Door's huge door-shaped palace, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was 10 meters tall, and from top to bottom, there were many names listed. Chunzong looked at it carefully and found that it was a ranking list. It was a list of the best results in the limitless door. Dao Manipulation Realm. There were 10,000 names on the list, and it recorded all the challengers who had made it onto the list in the past 10,000 years. After each name, there was a corresponding origin, such as which faction they came from. Chernzong saw some names he had heard before on the list of Path Manipulation Realm cultivators, such as Luo Beichuan. Eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan had opened 98 doors. He was only 2 doors away from opening the infinite door. In addition, there were also the names of second senior brother, third senior sister Yu Wuxiao, and fourth senior sister. They had opened at least 80 doors. Chernzong looked carefully and was shocked to find that the majority of the names were from Will Heavenly Palace. The rest were from the 3 great dynasties, the 4 great sect, the 5 great ancient clans, and some weaker sect. The total number of names added up to about 7,000 to 8,000. The remaining 2,000 to 3,000 were the names of small factions or rogue cultivators. All in all, Will Heavenly Palace occupied at least a third of the list. Moreover, the disciples of Will Heavenly Palace were ranked relatively high, within the top 5,000. Basically, it could be said that they were shrouded in the shadow of Will Heavenly Palace. Out of the 10,000 names, 3,000 of them belonged to the Will Heavenly Palace. Of the 10,000 names, 3,000 were from the Will Heavenly Palace, and each generation only had a few thousand true disciples. Compared to other factions, there was a huge gap. Will Heavenly Palace is really scary. Many people stared at the names on the list and sighed. More than 3,000 names have been here for a long time, never falling out of the top 5,000. It's like a nightmare, someone said. Chernzong couldn't help but smile. Who knows, maybe there would be another name belonging to Will Heavenly Palace soon. Stepping out, Chernzong walked to the door in front of him. It was a 10-meter-tall door, the entrance to the Infinity Gate. Chernzong's actions were noticed by many. Someone is going to challenge the Infinity Gate again. Who is it? Disciples of Will Heavenly Palace usually didn't have any obvious markings on them. If they didn't take out their tokens or reveal their identity, no one would be able to recognize them unless they were in the know. This was different from the other factions, because the people of other factions would have obvious signs of belonging to them on their bodies or around them, or a mark embroidered on a robe. A wandering cultivator. The rewards for challenging the Infinity Gate were divided into 10 levels. In other words, as long as one opened the 10th door, one would get the first reward, the second reward would be opening the 20th door, and so on. The current best result on the list was the 99th door. The lowest result was the 50th door. Those with less than 50 doors weren't qualified to be on the list. Chernzong was confident that he could get on the list. As for how many doors he could challenge, Chernzong wasn't sure. The Infinity Gate was a test of comprehension. The higher one's comprehension, the more doors they could open. In 10,000 years, eldest senior apprentice brother Luo Beichuan had opened 98 doors and was ranked second. As for the person in first place who had opened 99 doors, it was a person with a rather unique name. His name was Vast Sky Great River, and the words behind his name indicated that he was a rogue cultivator. For a wandering cultivator to challenge 99 doors, it was very shocking. Of course, it was possible that he wasn't a wandering cultivator, but had been recruited. It was just unknown whether he was recruited by one of the 3 great dynasties or the 4 great sects. However, Chernzong only thought about it for a while and didn't delve into it, because there was no need to. The Infinity Gate challenge was relatively straightforward. After entering, one had to report one's name and origin. Then, one would encounter the first door. There were many patterns on the first door. These patterns came from all directions and formed a pattern. On one side there was a timer. One had to complete the task within a set time, or it would be considered a failure. Although it was said to be a test of comprehension, it wasn't exactly a test of comprehension. It also included observation, insight, and other aspects. Of course, the most important thing was still comprehension. In terms of comprehension, Chen Zong was never inferior to others. With a glance, Chen Zong saw the mystery of the pattern on the first door. He understood it clearly and could easily crack it and open it to enter the second door. However, Chen Zong didn't do so immediately. Instead, he observed more carefully. This was a test jointly set by the experts of the 3 great dynasties and the 4 great sects. There were mysteries in it. Chen Zong wanted to see if he could see other mysteries from it, not just crack it. Unfortunately, after looking for a while, Chen Zong didn't see anything. He pushed open the door and stepped in. He faced the second door directly. Not long after, Chen Zong pushed open the 10th door. What appeared in front of him wasn't the 11th door, but a treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest was naturally the reward. With a wave of his hand, Chen Zong directly put away the treasure chest. He planned to open it after leaving, because he would definitely get more than one treasure chest. After putting away the treasure chest, Chen Zong faced the 11th door. The patterns on the door were more complicated than the previous one. The mysteries contained in them were more profound, and the difficulty of comprehending them was higher. Gradually, Chen Zong found that these patterns were actually about the mysteries of the Great Path. No matter what kind of Great Path you comprehended, it could be used here. It was like a frame, filling in the mysteries of the Great Path you comprehended and opened it. The more profound the Great Path, the more profound the mysteries, and the easier it was to open it. In this way, it seemed to be a test of comprehension, but it was also a test of the Great Path's comprehension. Of course, to comprehend the Great Path, one's comprehension was inseparable. After realizing this, Chen Zong was a little surprised. The 3 great dynasties and 4 great sects really did have some capable people. In fact, the 3 great dynasties, 4 great sects, and 5 great ancient clans had many experts. Some of them were even comparable to the experts of Will Heavenly Palace. Of course, on the whole, Will Heavenly Palace was far superior to them. 20 doors, 30 doors, 40 doors, 50 doors. Chen Zong obtained 5 treasure chests. They looked exactly the same, but the items inside were probably different. It was just that Chen Zong hadn't opened them yet. After breaking through the 50th door, Chen Zong pushed open the 51st door. On the ranking list, a name quietly disappeared, replaced. But no one noticed. However, it didn't take long for that name to soar up the list, pushing down one name after another. Finally, someone noticed it. "Someone's on the ranking list!" Exclamations rang out, attracting the attention of others. It wasn't easy to get on the ranking list. It seemed that it had been a long time since anyone had made it on the ranking list. Chen Zong, this name sounded ordinary and mediocre. The Heavenly Palace of Will. His voice rose in pitch, becoming shrill and high-pitched. "It's Will Heavenly Palace again. I have a feeling that this disciple of Will Heavenly Palace is going to enter the top 5,000 again. When has a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace ever fallen outside the top 5,000? Someone said softly, striking the hearts of the crowd. It was an indescribable feeling. Chapter 2151. Inside the limitless door palace, a name on the stone tablet would change every once in a while, rising up the rank. Now, that name, under everyone's surprised gaze, had already rushed into the top 3,000. Being in the top 10,000 meant that he had cracked at least 50 doors, being in the top 5,000 meant that he had cracked 70 doors, and being in the top 3,000 meant that he had cracked 80 doors. Chen Zong cracked and pushed open the 81st door. At this point, Chen Zong began to feel the difficulty. The patterns on the door became more and more complicated. If one's perception and understanding of the Great Path were not enough, one would feel dizzy just by looking at it. However, Chen Zong did not feel that way. Although he felt the difficulty, it was nothing to Chen Zong. However, he still needed to spend some time to comprehend it. Crack. Open. The 82nd door appeared in front of him. On the external ranking, Chen Zong's name kept flashing, and continued to move up dozens of places. There was progress in cracking the mysteries on the doors. Everyone stopped at the number of doors they had cracked, but those who cracked more would naturally rank higher. Soon, Chen Zong cracked the 90th door and got the 9th treasure chest. The patterns on the 91st door became more complicated, and it was upgraded to another level. Crack, crack, endless cracking. It was not until the 96th door that Chen Zong felt the real resistance. Of course, it was just resistance. He focused and comprehended with all his might. He cracked it and stepped into the 97th door. At this moment, Chen Zong's ranking was very high. He had completely entered the top 100 and even the top 30. Those from the Will Heavenly Palace are really scary. I feel like I'm being crushed again. I wonder if his ranking can still go up. If it could, he would be able to enter the top 10 or even the top 3. Because the first thing now was to crack the 99th door. The 98th door was the end of Luo Beichuan's path manipulation realm, but it would not be his end. Chen Zong's eyes glowed and he was filled with confidence. While comprehending and deciphering the profoundness of the door of infinity, Chen Zong also realized that he had reorganized his heart sword Tao and great Tao of the world once again. It was as if he was removing the impurities and extracting the essence. In fact, Chen Zong didn't have a clear idea of how strong his power of understanding was, because as his cultivation and realm improved, the potential of his power of understanding was constantly being developed. Although there was an upper limit, the upper limit was only temporary and could be broken and surpassed. Therefore, the 98th door was cracked by Chen Zong. On the list, Chen Zong's name flashed several times, pushing Luo Beichuan down to 3rd place and occupying 2nd place. Cries of surprise rang out continuously. 2nd place. Yet another monster from the Heavenly Will Palace had arrived. Can he break the limit and reach 1st place? Someone suddenly asked. Very difficult. Impossible. If you want to take 1st place, not only do you have to decipher the 99th door, but you also have to achieve a very high progress in deciphering the 100th door. You might even have to decipher the 100th door. That's right. No one knows the progress of Chongkong Dai in deciphering the last door. Therefore, the only way to beat him is to decipher the last door. No one has been able to decipher the mystery of the last door in the last 10,000 years or so. In other words, Chen Zong couldn't do it either. That was the last door, and also the most difficult door to decipher. Of course, a Yuan underworld cultivator could decipher it, but this was only a test of the path manipulation realm. The gap between the path manipulation realm and the Yuan underworld realm was very obvious. Furthermore, many Yuan underworld realm cultivators might not be able to decipher it successfully. In that case, would Chen Zong be able to decipher the last door? The patterns on the last door were much more complicated than the 99th door. They were on a completely different level. The settings of the 3 great dynasties and the 4 great sect naturally wouldn't allow anyone to break through them so easily. Chen Zong focused wholeheartedly on comprehending it. He even used the 4 intents and tried his best to comprehend it. The mystery was continuously deciphered by Chen Zong, and his mind power was also constantly being consumed. For rays of light spread on the complicated patterns like flowing water and converged towards the center from all directions, as if they were walking through a maze. When the 4 rays of light completely converged at the center and intersected, Chen Zong felt as if there was a rumbling sound in his soul. It was like a thunderous drum or a vast ancient bell. In an instant, many mysteries emerged one after another, including the mysteries of the heart sword path and the great path of the realm. The mysteries of these 2 great paths were completely absorbed by Chen Zong. Chen Zong only felt the bottleneck of the qi refinement realm loosen as the yuan qi of the world continuously diffused and poured into his body. The 10th level of the Genesis sword origin technique was also constantly circulating, absorbing and refining it. Breakthrough. The 5th transformation of the Tao manipulation realm. Chunzong didn't expect that his Qi refinement realm cultivation would actually be broken through here. It was a good thing to have a breakthrough. His strength would be stronger and his heart sword path would also be stronger. Naturally, his strength would also be improved. As for his body refinement realm cultivation, although the mysteries of the great path of the realm were more profound, it was still limited by his cultivation. He could only continue to break through after raising his body refinement realm cultivation to the peak of the 4th transformation of the divine body realm. Chunzong successfully deciphered the mystery of the 100th door and pushed it open. A shiny golden treasure chest appeared. At the same time, there was also a change on the list. Chunzong's name shot straight to the top and emitted an extremely shocking light that shone in all directions. It shot straight into the sky above the Infinity Palace, as if it was going to rush into the clouds. This was a historic breakthrough. In an instant, everyone in White Jade City saw the golden light that shot into the sky. They were all surprised and didn't know what it was. However, when they realized that it was emitted from the Infinity Palace, they all rushed over curiously. The 3 great dynasties and the 4 great sect naturally also set up a stronghold in White Jade City. When they saw the golden light that shot into the sky, they were all stunned and their expressions changed greatly. Immediately, the people from the 3 great dynasties and the 4 great sect moved and rushed to the Infinity Palace as fast as they could. They all remembered what that golden light meant. Through what kind of amazing comprehension was it to pass through the Infinity Palace and decipher the mystery of the 100th door? Such a person couldn't be missed. They had to recruit him into their forces. If they succeeded, they would also receive great rewards. After Chunzong put away the treasure chest, he walked out of the door and instantly became the center of attention. The gazes that were fixed on Chunzong were filled with shock and awe, as if they were looking at a celestial being. Chunzong glanced at the list and saw that his name was at the top of the list. He was ranked first, and he couldn't help but smile. Under many shocked and reverent gazes, he strode out of the Limitless Gates Palace. Not long after, a large group of people rushed in. They looked around and immediately noticed the changes on the ranking list. The 100th door. What? The 100th door was deciphered. Who is it? Chunzong, Will Heavenly Palace. It's Will Heavenly Palace again. Soon, the people from the 3 great dynasties and the 4 great sect also saw it. When they saw the name and origin, the people from the 3 great dynasties laughed, while the people from the 4 great sect felt their hearts turn cold. Will Heavenly Palace. This must be a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. As such, the recruitment plan failed. Throughout the ages, the 4 great sect had never been able to recruit a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. A sect was different from a dynasty. If they succeeded in recruiting a true disciple, they would become a member of the sect. A dynasty was different. They could be conferred the title of Marquis or General, which didn't conflict with the status of a sect member. Where is Chunzong now? The people from the 3 great dynasties immediately asked. After learning that Chunzong had left, they immediately asked about Chunzong's appearance and characteristics before chasing after him. Snatching. As for Chunzong, he didn't go to the second challenge ground. Instead, he returned to his room in the inn, ready to open the treasure chests and see if they were of any use to him. Apart from that, he also had to consolidate his cultivation base. While Chunzong was consolidating his cultivation, the outside world was stirred up by his actions. 10,000 years was a record cycle. This time, thousands of years had passed, but the highest record in the Infinity Palace was 99 doors. Now, that record had been broken. The 100th door was the final door. This was undoubtedly a shocking matter. When they learned that Chenzong was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, their expressions were very rich. After more than 10 years, the true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace was here again, reaching out his evil claws to White Jade City. This seemed to be a tradition of the Will Heavenly Palace. When entering the White World, White Jade City would be one of the training grounds. Over time, everyone had gotten used to it. But now, the record had been broken and a new record had been created. It was too shocking. For a long time, everyone would be under the shadow of the Will Heavenly Palace again. Fortunately, they were all used to it. After stabilizing his cultivation, Chenzong began to open the treasure chests one by one, starting with the first one. After opening all 10 chests, Chenzong found that only the last chest was useful to him. The other 9 chests were useless to him. Of course, being useless to him didn't mean that they were worthless. On the contrary, they weren't cheap. If he sold them, he would definitely get millions of void coins. Did Chenzong lack those millions of void coins? Of course. There was no such thing as too much. Therefore, Chenzong decided to sell them. As for the treasure that was useful to him, it was a piece of leaf. The leaves were oval-shaped and dark green in color. The edges of the leaves were serrated and looked like they were made of jade. They looked like a beautiful piece of art, but Chenzong was sure that they were not man-made. They were naturally like this. Chapter 2152. The Little Bodhi Leaf. This was a leaf from the saint tree, the Little Bodhi Tree. The Little Bodhi Tree was the only saint tree in the Gu Dao sect, one of the 4 great sections. It was located in the depths of the Gu Dao sect's mystic realm. If one sat on the Little Bodhi Tree to comprehend the Great Tao, the effects would be astonishing. The Little Bodhi leaf had the effect of calming one's mind and improving one's perception to a certain extent. Although it wasn't very strong, it was better than nothing. It was useful for those in the Dao manipulation realm and Yuan underworld realm, but it was useless for those in the transcendent realm. Chenzong gave it a try. The Little Bodhi leaf's effect on his perception was very slight, but it was indeed outstanding in terms of calming one's mind. It increased his perception by at least 30%, which was very good. However, to enjoy this increase, one had to wear it. In other words, one had to carry it around with them. There was no need for that during normal times. One could keep it and take it out when cultivating. It was said that the Little Bodhi root's effect was better than the leaf, and the best was the Little Bodhi seed. It was a supreme treasure that could directly increase one's perception. Since it was a supreme treasure, it was naturally very rare. To a certain extent, the Little Bodhi seed was a legend because one might not even appear in 1,000 years. Even if there was one, it would be digested internally by the Gu Dao sect. The strongest person in the Gu Dao sect was a peak Dao sovereign. Apart from the Will Heavenly Palace, no other faction could beat them. Moreover, the Will Heavenly Palace wouldn't do such a thing. If a powerful faction outside the black and white boundary wanted to seize it, the Will Heavenly Palace's sovereigns would intervene. After putting away the Little Bodhi leaf, Chenzong left the restaurant and went to the second challenge point. The second challenge point tested one's reaction speed. At the beginning, one couldn't defend or counterattack. They could only dodge. Chenzong didn't know the meaning of this test, but he felt that it would be useful. This test was also divided into 100 stages, each more difficult than the last. The Will Heavenly Palace still occupied a third of the rankings. Reaction speed was naturally very important in battle. How to avoid attacks more accurately and avoid injuries. Chenzong's speed was very fast. When he passed the 50th stage, Chenzong found that the mode had changed. Not only could he dodge, but he could also defend. However, there were a few special attacks that needed to be defended against. Those special attacks had a different color. These attacks couldn't be dodged and could only be defended. One had to find the right time. The Will Heavenly Palace's true disciples had their sixth sense perception. When it was activated, they could greatly enhance their perception. Thus, the Heavenly Palace had an advantage. The 81st stage, there was a attack, counterattack. There were 3 colors of light. The green light had to be dodged, the blue light had to be defended, and the red light had to be countered. The 3 heavenly palaces, the Heavenly Palace, the Heavenly Palace. The first Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Palace, the Heavenly Palace, the Heavenly Disciple. As for Changkong Dave, he was slightly inferior and was ranked 3rd. Chernzong's sixth sense was already better than most cultivators to begin with. After cultivating heart awareness, it was strengthened once again. When he reached the 80th level, Chernzong did not actively activate the amplification of heart awareness. Only the passive amplification was enough to deal with it. However, when he reached the 90th level, Chernzong began to activate his mental perception. The amplification of heart perception was also related to the heart palace. The more heart palaces one had, the more obvious the increase would be. First, I'll activate the first layer of amplification and pass. By the time Chernzong reached the 99th level, he had already activated the 6-fold enhancement. The 100th level. The difficulty of the 100th stage was much higher than before. Chernzong's mind perception was fully activated as he calmly dealt with the 3 types of attack. The 3 types of light were densely packed together and intertwined with each other. What was even more frightening was that there were also other colors of light within the light, catching people off guard. Even though Chernzong's reaction was very fast, he could not completely avoid it and was inevitably hit. Of course, being hit did not mean that he had failed. Every level had 10 chances to be hit. As long as he passed through the passage within 10 chances, it meant that he had successfully passed the level. When Chernzong passed the 100th level, he was hit 5 times. Counting the previous ones, he was hit 9 times in total. Luo Beichuan, who was currently in first place, was hit 13 times. Chernzong was hit even less, directly replacing Luo Beichuan at the top. Another golden light rushed out of the top of the palace and into the sky, causing a tremor. After Chernzong got the treasure, he quickly left and opened another chest. Similarly, the treasure in the last chest was useful to him. As for the other 9 chests, they were worth a lot. This treasure was a spiritual divine artifact level secret treasure, a bracelet. After activating it, it could double one's reaction speed for a short period of time. Then, Chernzong went to the final challenge point. This challenge point was called Unlimited Battle. It tested one's combat strength. Combat strength was a general term. It was not the same as one's strength, but it was more comprehensive. This had always been a necessary part of the test. After all, no matter how talented one was, if one did not know how to fight, then their value would be greatly reduced. They would often become a good target for other combat geniuses to challenge and gain reputation. Unlimited Battle was still the 100th level. Luo Beichuan was first. This was the first place that only happened once every 10,000 years. Changkong Dai was second. But now, the first place of the Unlimited Door and Unlimited Light Challenge was replaced by Chernzong. The first place of the Unlimited Battle Chernzong was eager to give it a try. Fight. The first level was easily passed because the opponent was very weak. One level after another. Compared to the Heavenly Palace's Battle Star Pagoda, this kind of opponent was obviously much weaker. Chernzong made a comparison. The first level to the 10th level corresponded to a 1-star combat strength. The 11th level to the 20th level corresponded to a 2-star combat strength. Based on this, wouldn't the 91st level to the 100th level corresponded to a 10-star combat strength? If that was the case, his dream of taking the first place this time would probably be in vain. Even so, Chernzong had to continue fighting. These challenges did not say that one could only challenge them once. As long as one was in the Dao manipulation realm, they could challenge them multiple times. Soon, Chernzong's powerful combat strength kept defeating strong opponents and reached the 90th level. Indeed, it was a 9-star combat strength, and a very powerful one at that. It was not weaker than the barbarian Flood Dragon on the 9th level of the Will Heavenly Palace's Battle Star Pagoda. However, it did not have the explosive power of the barbarian Flood Dragon's totem. At the 91st level, Chen Zong took a few deep breaths. According to the previous pattern, the opponent in this level should be stronger than a 9-star combat strength. However, it should not be comparable to the 10-star combat strength on the 10th level of the Battle Star Pagoda. He still had a chance of winning. Fight. With a heart full of fighting spirit, Chen Zong entered the 91st level. The battle immediately began. Chen Zong realized that the opponent's combat strength was indeed very strong, surpassing the 9-star combat strength from before. However, it was not at the 10-star level. It was just between the two. His cultivation had broken through and reached the 5th class enhancement. Although his combat strength was not at the 10-star level, it was much stronger than a 9-star combat strength. Therefore, the opponent in the 91st level died under Chen Zong's sword. The opponent in the 92nd level was stronger, but not by much. Chen Zong won. The opponent in the 93rd level was stronger, but Chen Zong still won. In the end, Chen Zong stopped at the 96th level. This also made Chen Zong realize that there was still a gap between his current combat strength and a 10-star combat strength. With the 9 treasure chests, Chen Zong left the 96th level. He stopped at the 96th level? It shouldn't be. Based on his previous results, he should be able to reach the 99th level. The people from the 3 dynasties and 4 major sects started to ponder. After all, his previous performance was so outstanding. Moreover, the other people who performed well in the first 2 challenges would not be inferior in the 3rd challenge. However, this was not the case. In the 3rd challenge, although Chen Zong's performance was not bad, it was not satisfactory. Maybe, he belongs to the kind of people who are talented but not outstanding enough in combat. The people from the 4 major sects laughed. This was something they were happy to see. After all, they were a sect and could not recruit disciples from the Heavenly Will Palace. However, the 3 dynasties could. Therefore, they were naturally happy with this result, but of course they could not show it too obviously. The people from the 3 dynasties were naturally annoyed. If one's combat talent was not outstanding, then the value of recruiting would be reduced by a lot. This caused them to hesitate whether to recruit or not. If the conditions were too low, the other party would definitely not agree. However, if the conditions were too high, it did not seem to be suitable. Just as they were hesitating, Chen Zong moved and left White Jade City. The training in White Jade City had come to an end, but Chen Zong would come again when his combat strength was stronger. Passing the 100th level and fighting unlimited battles, leaving his name and honor at the top of the list would also be the honor of the Heavenly Will Palace. After knowing the general level of his combat strength, he would not be able to reach the true 10-star level in a short period of time. Therefore, he left White Jade City and went to other places in the White World to train. In the debate of the 3 dynasties, they neglected cultivation. They did not know that Chen Zong's cultivation was actually only at the 5th revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. If they knew this, they would definitely recruit him at all costs. Being able to pass the 96th level at the 5th revolution of the Tao manipulation realm was simply shocking and sensational. The first place, Luo Beichuan, passed the 100th level after reaching the peak of the 7th revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. After leaving White Jade City, Chen Zong flew to the west at full speed. The second training location was one of the famous dangerous places in the White World, the Black Flame Prison. The reason why he chose the Black Flame Prison was because there were resources useful for refining the body. Chapter 2153. The Black Flame Prison was one of the more famous danger zones in the White World. There were many cultivators who chose to go there to train. According to the information Chen Zong obtained from his third senior sister, Yu Wuxia, the Black Flame Prison was a mid-grade danger zone that corresponded to the Dao Manipulation Realm. A high-grade danger zone corresponded to the Yuan Underworld Realm, a top-grade danger zone corresponded to the Divine Ability Realm, and a super-grade danger zone corresponded to the Dao Venerate Realm. Above super danger zones, there was a category called Forbidden Zones. Demigod realm cultivators could enter, and there was a chance that they would find opportunities there. However, most of them would die. Even sovereign realm cultivators might be in danger, so they were forbidden zones. In short, danger zones were divided into different levels. They clearly told you what cultivation level and strength was suitable for you. Because there were different levels of danger, there were also different levels of opportunities. However, there were no forbidden zones. Ordinary people could enter. Those with heaven-defying luck would feel great, and those with ordinary luck would die. Chen Zong chose the Black Flame Prison because there was a resource he needed there: the Black Flame Essence Source. Of course, the Black Flame Prison didn't only have the Black Flame Essence Source. There were also some divine herbs that could only grow in the Black Flame Prison's environment, as well as some ores that contained the power of the Black Flame. The Black Flame Prison's color was black and red. It was vast and endless, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. It was extremely vast and shocking. Such a danger zone couldn't be found in the Lingwu sacred world at all. Not to mention the level of danger, just its range of tens of thousands of miles was very shocking. Looking into the distance, one could see black land stretching out. There were cracks all over the land, and under those cracks, a scarlet light flickered. Even further away there were volcanoes. Some volcanoes were silent, dried up, and solidified. However, some volcanoes were still spewing out hot air. Many cultivators, male and female, old and young, entered the Black Flame Prison from all directions. They scattered all over the Black Flame Prison in search of resources and treasures. The closer he got, the hotter the air became. Chen Zong could already feel it clearly. In addition to the hot air, there was also a pungent sulfuric smell that constantly permeated the air. This smell was enough to poison a cultivator with insufficient cultivation to death. Black Flame Essence Source. Chen Zong arrived at the Black Flame Prison. He stepped on the cracked and hard black land and quickly moved forward. The aura became hotter and hotter. The Black Flame Essence Source was one of the special products of the Black Flame Prison. It was the essence of the precipitated black flame energy. It could be used as an auxiliary to temper the body. It was one of the most valuable treasures for refining the body. Other than being used as a body-refining treasure, it could also be used to refine and purify one's qi refinement energy. It could even be of some help in comprehending great Daos like the Black Flame. Although the main power of the immanent deity realm was Dao energy, the other cultivation powers were also an important part of one's strength. After a quick glance, Chen Zong directly flew towards the active volcanoes, which were more likely to produce the Black Flame essence. Of course, the Blackfire magma lakes that had settled down for many years naturally had Blackfire essence sources. Unfortunately, the Blackfire magma lakes looked calm on the surface after many years of accumulation, but the temperature inside was shocking. Even Dao manipulation realm cultivators could be burned to death. In addition, there were also some terrifying exotic beasts living in the Blackfire magma lake. That was the main reason why cultivators were unwilling to enter the Blackfire magma lake. Chen Zong spread out his divine thought and searched hundreds of miles, but did not find the Black Flame Essence source. There were also many people who were searching for the Black Flame Essence source. They passed by each other, keeping a certain distance and being vigilant of each other. Not only was the environment dangerous during the trial, but also other cultivators. There were many examples of friends turning against each other because of treasures, not to mention strangers. Rumble! A burst of astonishing momentum suddenly resounded. It was like rolling thunder that shook endlessly. Shockingly, it came from a volcano dozens of miles away. Chunzong's eyes flashed. He moved and immediately turned into a flowing light, flying towards the volcano. At the same time, many other cultivators showed joy and went straight to the volcano. The volcano was about to erupt. The eruption of the volcano meant danger, but it also meant opportunities in the Blackfire prison, because some treasures would be ejected with the eruption of the volcano. For example, some special ores and so on. Of course, every time the volcano erupted, the black flame essence source would appear. The black flame essence source's breeding environment was very unique, especially at the bottom of the volcano. It would definitely breed the black flame essence source. Most of the black flame essence source appeared with the eruption of the volcano. Therefore, in the Blackfire prison, the eruption of the volcano meant the appearance of treasures. When they were about a few kilometers away from the volcano, everyone stopped. The rumbling sound became more and more shocking. In an instant, waves of hot air gushed out from the crater of the volcano and soared to the sky. It was as if it was accumulating power. When it reached its limit, there was an earth-shattering boom. A large expanse of bright red flames immediately erupted from the crater of the volcano. It soared into the sky with an incomparably shocking might, as if it wanted to break through the shackles of the cage and break through the heavens. The magma flow instantly soared to a height of a few hundred meters. The blazing aura instantly spread out and swept in all directions, as if it was going to destroy everything. The shocking heat turned into a violent gust of wind that blew, making the crowd look serious. They felt as if they were being roasted in a furnace. Their bodies were scorching hot, as if they were going to be melted. However, the crowd operated their cultivation techniques and resisted with their own strength. Light flashed in their eyes as they stared at the magma flow that soared to a height of a few hundred meters. There were some small flashing dots, which were the treasures that were brought out from the bottom of the volcano. The magma flow that was a few hundred meters high opened up like a huge umbrella and scattered in all directions. Suddenly, it covered an area of a few miles like a mighty magma rain. Patter, 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 patter. It was the sound of countless magma rain falling on the ground. It was very ear-piercing and mixed together. At the same time, a group of cultivators was also covered by the magma rain. Those who were more confident in their own strength immediately erupted with tyrannical power, forming a layer of protection. Their eyes were extremely sharp, like an eagle, staring at the other things in the magma rain. They were the things that appeared from the bottom of the volcano with the magma eruption. Some were ordinary flints, while others were treasures. There were other cultivators further away. They were not covered by the magma rain because they did not dare to bear the power of the magma rain. They were waiting for the eruption to end before searching for the things that were spewed out by the eruption. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. This 1,000-meter-long volcano erupted 9 times before it quieted down. In the sky, the black aura seemed to condense into rolling dark clouds that kept spreading. The 9th wave of magma rain also turned into magma rain that scattered in all directions, covering an area of more than a dozen miles. When the 9th wave of magma rain completely fell, there was a stream of magma that slowly flowed down the volcano, still emitting a shocking heat. The ground in a radius of more than a dozen miles with the volcano as the center was full of new potholes. Many things were scattered around. In an instant, a group of cultivators more than a dozen miles away, like sharks that smelled blood, immediately flew out at an amazing speed, rushing toward the targets that they had already set their eyes on. Bad luck. A strong man crushed the flint in his hand and cursed angrily. He immediately stretched out his hand to grab another thing. Flint was the most common thing. In the Black Flame prison, there were quite a lot of them. Every time the volcano erupted, a large number of flint would appear. Is this the black fire essence? Chunzong was lucky. When he saw a piece of black fire essence spurting out with the magma rain, he immediately reached out to grab it. The surface of the black flame essence source was black, just like a stone. However, there were some cracks on its surface, just like the cracks of a tortoise's shell. Under the cracks, one could clearly see the dazzling red light. It was as dazzling as magma and seemed to be slowly flowing. This was the black fire essence. It contained the pure power of the black fire, which could be used to refine one's strength and physique. It could also be used to assist in the comprehension of the great way of the black fire. Of course, the refining effect was the most important. The comprehension effect was very ordinary. Chen Zong was eyeing the refining effect. The more, the better. This should be a low-level black fire essence. Chen Zong sized it up. There weren't many cracks like a tortoise shell on it. It seemed to be split into 8 pieces. If it was a mid-level black fire essence, it would be split into 16 pieces. The higher the level of the black fire essence, the more cracks would form into a tortoise shell. Of course, low-level black fire essence was relatively easy to obtain, mid-level black fire essence was more difficult, and high-level black fire essence was even more difficult. Anything above the high-level black fire essence was a treasure that even Yuan underworld cultivators would covet. It had been a long time since such a treasure had appeared. Chen Zong wasn't satisfied with obtaining a piece of low-level black fire essence. It was just one piece, so its use to him was very limited. In that case, he would search for more. Chen Zong's spirit consciousness spread out and swept across the area. He immediately discovered a second piece of black fire essence. His figure flashed, and he appeared at the black fire essence like a bolt of lightning. He reached out and grabbed the black fire essence. However, just as Chen Zong's hand was about to grab the black fire essence, a cold light shot out from nearby and attacked the black fire essence in an attempt to make Chen Zong give up. However, Chen Zong's hand moved and avoided the cold light's attack. He directly grabbed the black fire essence and quickly stored it in the 9 heavenly rings. When he turned around, he saw a long-haired, black-robed figure rapidly moving away. It seemed like he had given up after failing to obtain the black fire essence. Chen Zong retracted his gaze and ignored the other party. This kind of competition was very common in the Black Flame prison. It wasn't surprising. What was more serious was directly attacking and trying to kill the other party. Chapter 2154. The Black Flame prison was filled with volcanoes of various sizes. There were thousands of volcanoes in total. Every once in a while, a volcano would erupt and lava would rush out, turning into a rain of lava and fire that would sweep in all directions. It would also bring out batch after batch of things that were nurtured under the volcanoes, causing everyone to fight over them. Half a month had passed, and 3 volcanoes had erupted. Chen Zong had obtained more than a dozen low-level blackfire essence sources, as well as some other blackfire ores. Of course, he also fought with some Dao Manipulation Realm cultivators who were not weak, but he did not go overboard. After all, everyone's purpose was to get resources. Since the resources fell into the hands of others, and they did not go overboard when they found that the other party's strength was not ordinary, they did not continue to fight to prevent others from benefiting. Chen Zong was the type of person who would not take the initiative to provoke others if they did not provoke him. But some people were not like that. The burning aura in the air seemed to have thickened, and the pungent smell of sulfur was also stronger. A dull sound like muffled thunder was heard from afar, and waves of scorching wind came with the wind, entering everyone's ears, and at the same time, making everyone's heart skip a beat. This sound was unexpectedly dull, containing a shocking power. Compared to the previous volcano roar, it was like a tiger's roar and a cat's meow. This was a sign that a large volcano was about to erupt. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they immediately swept their eyes over, finally locking onto the volcano in the center. That was the largest volcano in the Blackfire dungeon, a large volcano more than 9,000 meters tall, and the only one over 9,000 meters tall in the Blackfire dungeon. The Volcano King. This was the only Volcano King in the Blackfire dungeon. Of course, the title of Volcano King was also given by the cultivators. It was a beautiful title that was recognized over time. The Volcano King is about to erupt. Many were immediately excited. These were people who had been in the Blackfire dungeon all year round. It was already very good for them to be able to cultivate to the path manipulation realm. If they wanted to go further, it would be very difficult and they would need more resources. Where did the resources come from? They obtained them from the outside world or bought them with money. Many of the specialties in the Black Flame prison were very valuable. Not only were they useful to him, but they could also be sold for void coins to purchase resources that were useful to him. As a result, a group of people had been living in the Black Flame prison all year round. The Volcano King hasn't erupted for over 100 years. Excited, everyone hurried to the depths of the Black Flame prison. Because the Volcano King was located in the center of the Black Flame prison, it was also a place where cultivators rarely went. This was because the danger there was greater, and there were more Black Flame beasts living there. But this time, the Volcano King was about to erupt. This was a rare opportunity, and many good things would definitely appear. It was worth a try. Ha 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 ha, I was right. The Volcano King is about to erupt. I came just in time. A loud laughter resounded in the sky. Immediately, a crimson ray of light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a trail of blazing fire that dyed half the sky red. A powerful aura spread out and lit up the surroundings, causing the temperature in the Black Flame prison to become even hotter. This crimson ray of light was unscrupulous, as if it was going on a rampage. It kept getting closer to the Volcano King. Soon after, another ray of light flew over from another direction. It was not scarlet red, but frosty white with specks of crystal blue light. An astonishing chill spread out as it collided with the blazing heat here, as if it was incompatible with it. Sizzling sounds could be heard constantly, and steam filled the air. A white ice mark was left in the void and slowly dissipated. This aura was also very shocking. The Black Flame essence in the Black Flame prison was useful to cultivators of the Fire Dao, but it was also useful to cultivators of the Water Dao and Ice Dao. Opposing forces could cancel each other out, and it could be used to hone one's own strength, further purifying and strengthening it. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed as he watched the red and white silhouettes fly past. He could feel a tyrannical aura from them. It was extremely shocking. Moreover, the power contained within the aura was not to be underestimated. It seemed to be extremely brilliant. These two figures were the fastest, and they rushed directly to the Volcano King. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded. The eruption of the Volcano King was very attractive to cultivators, and it was also very attractive to the Black Fire Beast. The Black Fire Beasts could also use treasures like the Black Flame Essence. The method was very simple, which was to directly swallow it and slowly digest it to strengthen their own strength. Die! A manic voice sounded from within the crimson ray, as if it contained shocking anger. It directly attacked. With a boom, a crimson ray of light was very violent, like a cannon shot from a void flying ship. It directly bombarded the 10-meter-long Black Fire Beast, and it was instantly killed. Its flesh and blood, which contained blazing aura, exploded and scattered in all directions. This scene immediately made people's eyelids tremble, and they were shocked. The power of that attack was too strong. The Black Fire Beast that was killed had reached the 7th level, which was equivalent to the 7th circle of the Dao Defense realm. Its strength in the Black Fire prison would be much stronger than that of an ordinary 7th circle of the Dao Defense realm. In an instant, a frosty white light broke through the air and condensed into a sword aura, which seemed to tear the void apart. With a bit of dazzling crystal blue, it directly attacked a flying Black Fire Beast that was swooping down. This Black Fire Beast looked like a pterosaur. It was very ferocious, and its skin was rough and tough. It obviously had amazing defensive power. Its sharp mouth and claws were shining with cold light, as if they could penetrate and tear everything apart. It was very ferocious. The black fire beast wouldn't reason with you, it would just kill you. But in the next moment, the frosty white sword aura with a bit of dazzling crystal blue light hit the black fire beast, broke its tough defense in an instant, and pierced into its body and exploded. The frost quickly spread and covered its whole body, turning it into a huge ice block and falling to the ground. With a cracking sound, the ice cube shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. The black fire beast inside of it was naturally as dead as it could get. These two figures stopped 10 miles away from the Volcano King, which was a relatively safe distance. The figures were revealed, and it could be seen that they were two young people. One of them was a young man dressed in fiery red armor, and even his hair and eyebrows were red, as if flames were burning. This person's eyes did not seem to be pure black. Instead, they were dyed with a layer of red light, as if flames were spreading. His blazing eyes, which seemed to contain fire, stared ahead and locked onto the other figure. It was a woman in a white robe with a bit of crystal blue light. Although her hair and eyebrows were black, they seemed to be dyed with a layer of light blue light. Her eyes and expression were cold, as if they could freeze everything in sight. Bai Shuang, it seems that you and I are indeed very fated. The young man in red smiled, and his eyes became more and more fervent. The woman named Bai Shuang only coldly glanced at the young man in red, and did not answer. She was unwilling to answer. Don't worry, when the Volcano King erupts, there will at least be a high-level black fire essence source. At that time, I will snatch the high-level black fire essence source and give it to you. The young man in red, Yen Lai, did not seem to care at all and laughed again. No need. Bai Shuang spoke with an ice-cold tone. She directly refused without any hesitation, as if she could freeze everything. At this time, the other cultivators also rushed over, and stopped 10 miles away from the Volcano King. Stay away from me! The young man in red, Yen Lai's gaze swept around, and stared at the other cultivators within a few thousand meters. He did not have the smile he had when facing Bai Shuang. Instead, his eyes were cold and the flames were blazing, as if they could burn people to ashes. Yen Lai's gaze contained an astonishing heat and pressure, causing everyone to feel the pressure, as if they were about to be ignited. Their complexions greatly changed, and they hurriedly retreated. Get lost! Yen Lai spoke again. Immediately, everyone unhappily retreated 10,000 meters away. However, there were also a few cultivators who were completely confident in their own strength who only retreated 1,000 meters away, and then stopped moving. There was no other way. The Volcano King was surrounded by a large magma lake, occupying almost 2/3 of the area within 100 miles. The remaining 1/3 was also in ruins. Moreover, there were many black fire beasts residing in the magma lake. In short, the cultivators could only stand in less than 1/3 of the area. If they were close to a certain distance, the area would be further reduced. Even if they were floating in the air, they would not dare to approach the magma lake, as they could be attacked by the black fire beasts at any time. The black fire beasts did not have much intelligence, but they still had instincts and could make some judgment. At this moment, although the black fire beasts were eyeing covetously, they did not launch an attack. Instead, they were waiting for the Volcano King to erupt, which would be very beneficial to them. Boom! Yen Lai suddenly erupted, and directly attacked without mercy. The cultivators who had not retreated 10,000 meters away had their complexions greatly change. How could the other party dare to do this? Their reaction was also very fast, and they immediately counterattacked. However, Yen Lai's strength was very tyrannical, and he directly defeated them. His figure flashed, and he turned into a few flaming figures and attacked. They were immediately seriously injured, and were sent flying several hundred meters away. Stop, I'm the disciple of the Sky Wave Sect's Great Elder. One of the injured cultivators immediately shouted. So what? Yen Lai mercilessly threw a punch, and once again sent the Sky Wave Sect's great elder's disciple flying. He was at his last gasp, and only had half of his life left. He was very domineering. "I'm Yen Lai of the Yen clan. If the Sky Wave Sect has the ability, then come." Yen clan. Suddenly, their complexions greatly changed. The Yen clan was one of the 5 great ancient clans, and one of the 12 strongest forces under the Will Heavenly Palace in the White World. They had a long history, deep foundation, and countless geniuses. "He's Yen Lai. You're Yen Lai, known as the Little Yen King in the Yen clan." Clearly, this Yen Lai was also a well-known figure. The Sky Wave Sect's great elder's disciple did not dare to make a sound. He could only reluctantly take out a medicinal pill and retreat to the periphery. Otherwise, with such a serious injury, once the Volcano King erupted, it would very likely take his life. As for revenge, Chapter 2155. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded, resounding in all directions and spreading over a radius of thousands of miles. It was as if countless thunderbolts had exploded in an instant. It had erupted. The Volcano King had erupted. The eruption of a volcano that was more than 9,000 meters high and had been accumulating energy for hundreds of years was extremely shocking. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This feeling made every cultivator who saw it feel very shocked, as if they had been hit by an unparalleled violent force that directly impacted the deepest part of their hearts. Destruction. It was as if it was going to destroy everything. The volcano, which was more than 9,000 meters tall, was like an ancient giant that had awakened from a deep slumber. It twisted its huge body and roared at the sky, as if it was fighting against the heavens. In an instant, balls of blazing magma spewed out of the huge volcano's crater. It was full of amazing explosive power and directly rushed more than 1,000 meters into the sky. It was extremely powerful and violent. Looking from afar, the bright red magma torrent was releasing extremely dazzling light. Each ray of light had a feeling that it could burn everything into ashes. Everyone only felt a stinging sensation in their eyes when they looked over. The red light directly penetrated into the bottom of their eyes, as if it was going to burn their eyeballs. However, this made everyone more and more excited. They narrowed their eyes and stared, for fear of missing any details. The magma torrent that was more than 1,000 meters high kept spewing out. It was very shocking, and its aura was extremely shocking. It was mixed with many things that were constantly emerging and spreading in all directions. The rumbling sound resounded through the world and shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, the magma turned into a large flame flow and rushed out in all directions, directly covering an area of dozens of miles. Chen Zong looked up. His eyes were extremely sharp. He glanced over and identified the black fire essence and so on. There were many things that were spewed out along with the magma torrent. Although most of them were black firestones, there were still many black fire essence. After all, this was the Volcano King, and it was the first eruption in hundreds of years. It was hard to say how many black fire essence had been nurtured in it, but it was definitely not small. At least, Chen Zong directly saw dozens of black fire essence at a glance. However, they were all low-level black fire essence. With a wave of his hand, Chen Zong quickly collected them. However, other than Chen Zong, the other cultivators also began to take action. Yen Lai of the Yen clan was very domineering. There were no other competitors within 10,000 meters. Firstly, the Yen clan was one of the 5 ancient clans and was extremely powerful. Secondly, Yen Lai himself was very strong. Fighting a 7th transformation Dao manipulation realm cultivator was like fighting a child, and he could easily injure and kill them. On the other side, no one was fighting for Bai Shuang within a radius of 10,000 meters because someone finally recognized her identity. She was from the White Clan. The 5 great ancient clans were born with extraordinary bloodlines. For example, the Yen clan possessed the fire bloodline, while the Bai clan possessed the ice bloodline. It was very intense. There were thousands of black fire essence gushing out in this wave. There were no more than 100 cultivators in the inner region. In theory, everyone was qualified to get a few pieces of low-level black fire essence, but that was not the case. Because the competition was very fierce. Chunzong reached out with both hands and continuously collected more than a dozen pieces of low-level black fire essence. The first wave of black fire essence had been collected, and more than half of them fell into the black fire magma lake and were devoured by the black fire beasts. The cultivators and the black fire beasts were clearly separated. Although there was some restlessness, there was no conflict. But the conflict was inevitable. This was clear to everyone. The second wave of magma burst out again, instantly gushing out and bringing more things. The first wave of eruption was only the magma on the surface of the volcano. The second wave of eruption was from a deeper layer of magma. The deeper the layer, the more good things were born and the better the quality. The second wave was still fought over. Chunzong grabbed dozens of low-level black fire essence. Such a harvest was enough to surpass all the previous gains. The third wave of magma burst out. This time, Chunzong's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at a piece of black fire essence with more tortoiseshell on its surface. 16 pieces. If Chunzong was not mistaken, there were 16 pieces of tortoiseshell on the black fire essence. This was the first time that Chunzong had seen a middle-level black fire essence. Attack! Without hesitation, Chunzong quickly grabbed it. At the same time, others also tried to grab the middle-level black fire essence. Get lost! Yen Lai waved his hand and blasted out a shocking raging fire. It was very violent, like a volcanic eruption. Its power was unparalleled, surpassing the level of the 7th cycle of the Tao manipulation realm. Even the 8th cycle of the Tao manipulation realm could not match it. It was close to the 9th cycle of the Tao manipulation realm. With just this one attack, he had repelled many people who had tried to snatch the black flame source. His palm grabbed the air and turned into a flaming arm, directly grabbing at the black flame source. In a split second, sword light flashed and the flame arm grabbed nothing. Chunzong directly stored the middle-level black fire essence into the 9 heavenly rings. With a flash of sword light, he immediately went to the distance to grab the other black fire essence. Yen Lai's eyes emitted an incomparably terrifying anger, as if it was burning the sky. However, he did not immediately chase after him because he saw another middle-level black fire essence from the corner of his eye. "I'll leave it with you first." Yen Lai snorted coldly, his voice full of blazing anger. "How dare he compete with me? How reckless! I'll deal with him after the Volcano King erupts. At that time, I'll properly punish him." After getting the middle-level black fire essence, Chunzong did not observe it because there were other black fire essences. The third wave erupted. More black fire essences appeared. There were not only a few middle-level black fire essences, but more than 10. Chunzong obtained 2 pieces. Yen Lai obtained 3 pieces with his overbearing method. He injured more than 10 people. Bai Shuang also obtained 2 pieces. The other pieces fell into the black fire magma lake one after another, being fought over by the black fire beasts. It was extremely cruel, splashing a huge magma wave. The 4th wave was even more intense. Yen Lai's methods were even more cruel, as if he was venting. Some black fire beasts also rushed to the black fire magma lake. Some flying black fire beasts also rushed into the cultivators' area to fight over the black fire essence. It was even more chaotic. Facing the black fire beasts, the cultivators were merciless. Kill. The 5th wave. The 6th wave. High-level black fire essence. Yen Lai's eyes were extremely sharp. In an instant, he caught sight of it. His complexion suddenly changed greatly, revealing an ecstatic expression. The value of a high-level black fire essence was not low. Of course, even if it was worth millions of void coins, he could still afford it. After all, he was a very outstanding genius of the Yen clan's younger generation. However, high-level black fire essence was extremely rare. It was no longer a matter of void coins, but a matter of whether or not it could be bought. A piece of high-level black flame essence source would be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, he could also give it to Bai Shuang. He believed that Bai Shuang would definitely be moved by it. Maybe he would be able to win her heart. At that time, he would be able to obtain Bai Shuang's body. With the secret technique of the Yen clan, he would be able to obtain more benefits than a piece of high-level black flame essence source. Thinking of this, Yen Lai could not help but reveal an evil smile. With a bang, Yen Lai attacked. His upper hand opened, and an extremely shocking raging fire suddenly erupted. It rushed in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The next moment, Yen Lai reached out to grab that piece of black fire essence. Chen Zong also had his eyes on that piece of black fire essence. The higher the level of the black fire essence, the more majestic and pure the energy it contained. It was more helpful for refining and cultivation. Attack. If the high-level black fire essence had already fallen into the hands of others, Chen Zong would not attack. However, it was obvious that no one had obtained this high-level black fire essence. Since that was the case, of course, he would fight for it. With a flash of sword light, Chen Zong immediately reached out to grab that piece of black fire essence. You again. When Yen Lai saw Chen Zong, his eyes blazed with anger, as if both old and new enmity had suddenly erupted. He roared angrily and attacked without mercy. With a boom, an extremely blazing flame broke through the air and blasted out. It was as if it wanted to blast Chen Zong into smithereens. A shockingly high temperature swept out, as if it could incinerate everything into ashes. The power of this attack had directly reached the 9th revolution of the Tao controlling realm. Yen Lai's cultivation was at the 7th revolution of the Tao controlling realm, but the power of his attack had reached the 9th revolution of the Tao controlling realm. It could be said that he had crossed 2 levels. He was indeed an amazing genius. In the heavenly palace of intentions, he could be regarded as a well-deserved heaven's pride. However, an attack of this level was actually not enough for Chen Zong. This was because although Chen Zong's cultivation was not as high as Yen Lai's, his battle strength was tyrannical. It had surpassed the battle strength of a 9-star, and was close to that of a 10-star. With a strike of his sword, the sword light was vast. It was as if 10,000 swords had merged into one, and also as if one sword had turned into 10,000. With just one strike, he had shattered Yen Lai's violent attack. Immediately after, under the furious gaze of Yen Lai, Chen Zong's sword light swept out, and immediately wrapped around the high-level black flame essence source that made Yen Lai drool, and took it away. Hand it over. Yen Lai seemed to have been ignited and directly exploded. His fury had reached the pinnacle. Amidst the rumbling, Yen Lai's berserk aura seemed to have transformed into a ball of raging fire that burned fiercely, as if it wanted to burn everything into ashes. Within the scarlet flames, there seemed to be traces of black, and the aura emitted by those traces of black was filled with astonishing destruction. Secret divine ability. In his fury, Yen Lai used the secret divine ability of the Yen clan to strengthen himself, causing his aura to strengthen and his strength to greatly increase. Chen Zong could feel that Yen Lai's aura had increased by several times compared to before. His strength should also be more tyrannical. Boom! Chapter 2156. The black color entwined around the crimson flames exuded an aura full of destruction. Its power was extremely violent, surpassing the level of an ordinary 9th revolution Tao controlling realm cultivator, and directly reaching the 9th star level. The violent and destructive aura spread out like a storm, attacking everything, causing the other's expressions to change greatly. The overall strength of the Tao controlling realm cultivators here was not very strong. At most, they were at the 8th star level. Yan Lai's 9th star attack was naturally very shocking. Interesting. Chen Zong nodded secretly, and immediately attacked with his sword. Heart refining as one sword. All the power condensed into a beam in an instant. It was incomparably condensed, and directly pierced through the sky, hitting the incomparably violent flame with irresistible force. Pierced through. Defeated. One sword to break. One sword to break all. That was the ultimate mystery of one of the two sword principles. The heart refining as one sword art was walking on this path, but it had just taken the first step. One sword to break all. That was not something that could be casually said without any proof. It was also not something that could be achieved casually. In order to break through the myriad laws, one must first have a sufficient understanding of the myriad laws. Only by personally trying it out would one be able to break through it. Yan Lai's attack was indeed very good, but it was nothing to Chen Zong. Yan Lai's expression changed greatly as his all-out attack was broken by Chen Zong's sword. He found it hard to believe. In the distance, Bai Shuang was also stunned. Although she didn't like Yan Lai, she was still aware of Yan Lai's strength. Yan Lai's secret divine ability attack had actually been defeated by a single sword strike from the other party. Moreover, the other party seemed to have played it down and was unfathomable. Boom! Boom! Yan Lai continued to unleash attacks. However, sword light flickered as it instantly broke through the air and destroyed the berserk flames. The next moment, Yan Lai roared, and the flames on his body became more and more vigorous. Yan Lai's expression was also full of ruthlessness and determination, as if he was going to fight to the death with Chen Zong. However, the scene that appeared next left everyone dumbfounded. He ran away. Yan Lai turned around and burst out at full speed, turning into a fiery light and quickly flying into the distance. He actually ran away just like that. Everyone was stunned. Although running away was a very correct strategy when one was not a match for the opponent, this way one could ensure that one would not be killed and have the hope of making a comeback. But to directly turn around and flee under the gazes of everyone was a bit too obvious, to the extent that besides being dumbstruck, traces of disdain arose in the hearts of everyone. Yen clan. Yan Lai. Little Yen King. What a great name, but he was a coward who ran without a fight. Bai Shuang's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of disdain. She had originally thought that Yan Lai was unreliable. However, Chen Zong had no intention of chasing after them. This was because the next wave of lava was about to erupt, and it would bring out even more good stuff. He couldn't afford to miss it. This time, there was still a high-grade black flame essence source, and the main competitor was Bai Shuang. However, Bai Shuang also realized that Chen Zong was very strong, so she had no intention of fighting with Chen Zong. If she could snatch it, then so be it. If she could not, then so be it. The last wave of lava burst out and soared into the sky. In an instant, everyone was excited. This was because the last wave of lava not only contained a lot of high-grade black flame essence source, but also top-grade black flame essence source. Top-grade black flame essence source was a treasure that was very useful to Yuan underworld cultivators. It was extremely valuable and could only be found by chance. Black flame essence source of this level was located at the bottom of large volcanoes, where the temperature was frighteningly high. Yuan underworld cultivators did not dare to enter, as the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Moreover, there was no guarantee that all large volcanoes contained top-grade black flame essence source. Sometimes it would not appear even once in several hundred years, or even once in 1,000 years. Whether one could obtain it or not depended entirely on luck. Top-grade black flame essence source was very attractive to cultivators, so they all coveted it. Even Bai Shuang, who was as cold as ice, could not help but make a move. At the same time, the black flame beasts rushed out of the lava lake and attacked from high up in the sky. This was because the top-grade black flame essence source did not fall into the lava lake. It was a chaotic battle. In a chaotic battle, it was easy to fish in troubled waters. However, if one did not have enough strength, it was very likely that one would be eaten by a shark. Sword light flashed and a powerful black flame beast was killed. Chunzong reached out to grab that piece of top-grade black flame essence source. Its value far exceeded that of a high-grade black flame essence source, so he had to obtain it no matter what. However, a ray of light flashed by, and a violent storm swept over. It was a flying black fire beast that flew over and knocked away the top-grade black fire essence source. Sword light flashed, and sword chi turned into mountains and rivers that surrounded and suppressed the black flame beasts. In an instant, the black flame beasts were unable to move. Some of them were even cut and killed by Chunzong's sword chi. Suddenly, a blazing magma fireball gushed out from the lava lake. It was a huge black flame snake that spat out a powerful 9-star battle strength. Chunzong felt threatened. However, Chunzong chose to take the blow head-on. He slashed out with his sword and hit the center of the magma fireball. Heart refining into 1 and sword 2. The powerful sword pierced into the magma fireball, destroying its structure and causing it to disintegrate. However, the power of this blow was extremely powerful. Chunzong did not completely destroy it. The power of the magma fireball bombarded him directly. It was extremely hot and violent, as if it was going to blow him into pieces. Chunzong felt as if he was going to be smashed and burned to ashes. However, the spiritual artifact Heart Print Treasure Coat absorbed 70% of the power. Chunzong could completely resist the remaining 30% with his World Divine Body that had reached the 4th transformation. Under the impact, Chunzong's World Divine Body also went through a small tempering. He grabbed the top-grade black flame essence source with his left hand and quickly stored it in the 9 heavenly rings. The moment Chunzong grabbed the top-grade black flame essence source, he immediately felt sharp and terrifying eyes staring at him. Cultivators and Black Flame Beast. The value of the top-grade black flame essence source was amazing, and so was its tempering effect. In that case, kill. Chunzong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Since the top-grade black flame essence source had fallen into his hands, it was his. If he wanted to take it, he had to be prepared to die. Heart-refining sword technique and sect-returning sword technique were continuously performed by Chunzong. His body seemed to be shuttling through the void, avoiding some attack. Even if he couldn't avoid them, he could rely on the power of the Heart Seal Treasure Garment to absorb and weaken them, storing the power of the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. If he was injured, he could use the power of the Heart Print Treasure Coat to recover. Relying on this, Chunzong was not afraid of the siege of the Black Flame Beast. On the contrary, he treated it as a form of tempering. Under the extreme Heart Phaseless Sword, the Black Flame Beasts were constantly killed by Chunzong. The real threat was the 100-meter-long black flame snake that rushed out of the black flame magma lake. Its combat strength was close to the 10-star level, which was similar to Chunzong. Moreover, the black flame snake's scales were extremely tough and its defense was amazing. The fierce battle continued. Chunzong ignited the heart fire. Under the 6-fold heart fire, his strength increased greatly. Kill. After a fierce battle, the black flame snake was finally killed by Chunzong. As for the cultivators, after discovering Chunzong's strength, they all retreated. The situation was too chaotic, and there was no way they could interfere. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Even someone as strong as Bai Shuang did not dare to participate. In the distance, Bai Shuang saw the sword light shuttling back and forth under the siege of the black flame beast. Blood was constantly splattered in the sky, and corpses fell from the sky. They died directly. That scene was extremely shocking. Very strong. Bai Shuang's heart was filled with shock. She could feel Chen Zong's cultivation aura. It was at the 5th transformation Dao controlling realm. It was unbelievable that he had such amazing strength at such a cultivation level. Where did this peerless genius come from? Bai Shuang's mind was spinning. There was no such genius in the 5 ancient clans. There was also no one in the 4 major sect or the 3 major dynasties. Suddenly, a thought came to her. Could he be a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace? Bai Shuang could not help but think. With rank 5 cultivation level, he could display such shocking strength. There was no one in the 4 major sect or 5 ancient clans. Either this person came from outside the black and white world, or he was a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace. Bai Shuang was a genius and had seen enough. She could tell that this person did not come from outside the black and white world. It was more likely that he was a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace. Not long later, the number of black flame beasts under Chen Zong's sword decreased. Dozens of black flame beasts were killed by Chen Zong. The remaining black flame beasts understood that they were not his match and gave up, escaping into the black flame lava lake. At once, many people looked at Chen Zong with shock in their eyes. Background and reputation could be used as deterrents, but the true deterrence was strength, one's own strength. His gaze swept across the crowd. No one dared to look at Chen Zong, as if his eyes were extremely sharp. Sheathing his sword, Chen Zong's body flashed and turned into a sword light, quickly leaving Black Flame Prison. The Black Flame essence source he obtained this time was enough for him to use for a long time. What he needed to do next was to use the Black Flame essence source to refine his body so that he could break through. His own strength was the most important. Without hesitation, Chen Zong left decisively and looked for a relatively remote and safe place to use the Black Flame essence source to refine his body. The White Realm was vast and expansive. Wanting to find some relatively remote places was not a difficult matter. The time that followed was naturally the time for Chen Zong to enter closed-door cultivation. He started with low-grade Black Flame essence source. In this trip to Black Flame Prison, Chen Zong obtained a total of over 100 low-grade Black Flame essence sources, over 50 middle-grade Black Flame essence sources, a dozen high-grade Black Flame essence sources, and 1 top-grade Black Flame essence source. Chapter 2157. The power of the Black Fire Essence was extremely hot. When Chen Zong absorbed it, he could feel the shocking heat spreading throughout his body. This was a direct contact, one that wasn't weakened by the protection of the Heart Seal treasure garment. This feeling left a deep impression on Chen Zong. Intense pain, intense burning pain, intense pain as if he was being burned by fire, or as if he was being immersed in lava. At the same time, wisps of pure energy continued to spread out from the Black Flame essence source, healing Chen Zong's burned body. After consuming dozens of low-grade Black Fire essence, Chen Zong finally reached the peak of the 4th transformation. He immediately started to break through. The breakthrough came naturally, as Chen Zong had already accumulated enough in his realm. 5th transformation Divine Body Realm. His world divine body was much stronger, and powerful energy was surging in his body. Chen Zong clenched his fist. He could feel the powerful energy surging in his body, as if it could destroy everything with one punch. However, Chen Zong also knew that the 5th transformation Divine Body Realm was still unable to make his combat power reach the level of a 10-star. That was the extreme combat power that surpassed the normal combat power. It was an even greater improvement. However, since he had reached the 5th transformation Divine Body Realm, the next step was naturally to break through to the 6th transformation Divine Body Realm. He wondered if his combat power could reach the level of a 10-star when he reached the 6th transformation Divine Body Realm. Although the difference between the 5th transformation and the 6th transformation and the 5th transformation was not small, Chen Zong was still not confident. Chernzong was only confident when he reached the 7th transformation and the 7th transformation. However, it was still very difficult to reach the 7th transformation and the 7th transformation. After coming out of seclusion, Chernzong moved again and headed to the next perilous land. Time passed slowly. The situation changed, and talents emerged one after another. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Chernzong stepped out of the Will Heavenly Palace and into the White World. In the past 10 years, Chernzong started from the White Jade City, then went to the Black Flame Prison, the ancient city ruins, and other mid-grade perilous lands. He had entered 8 mid-grade perilous lands to train. Chernzong flew across the sky. After 10 years, Chernzong's cultivation had risen to the peak of the 5th transformation Tao Manipulation Realm and the peak of the 5th transformation Divine Body Realm. If he wanted to break through to the 6th revolution and 6th transformation, he was still lacking an opportunity. 10 years of experience didn't leave any traces on Chernzong's face. He still looked the same as he did 10 years ago when he left Will Heavenly Palace. Chernzong had benefited a lot from the experience in the 8 middle-grade dangerous lands, but more importantly, he had accumulated experience. Chernzong didn't plan to explore any more dangerous places, because there were better places to go. In these 10 years, Chernzong's reputation had spread far and wide. Starting from White Jade City, to Black Flame Prison, to the ancient city ruins, and then to other dangerous places, Chernzong naturally couldn't avoid fighting with other cultivators in the White Domain and displaying his tyrannical strength. His swordsmanship was superb. With his 5th transformation Tao Manipulation Realm cultivation, he could defeat many 9th transformation Tao Manipulation Realm cultivators, which shocked everyone. Many people guessed that Chernzong came from Will Heavenly Palace. Later, it was confirmed that Chernzong was a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace. The people who confirmed it were of course those who had crossed the Sea of Will with Chernzong many years ago. Coupled with the fact that he had left his name in White Jade City and so on, it was completely confirmed. A true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace. As such, Chernzong's reputation became even more resounding. Because of this, Chernzong was also given a nickname by many people in the White Domain, Little Jiandi. The reason why he was called Little Jiandi was because Chernzong's swordsmanship was superb and his strength was great, like the Emperor of Swords. However, because his cultivation wasn't very strong, only at the Tao Manipulation Realm, he was also called Little Jiandi Chernzong. His name spread throughout the White Domain. The White Domain was vast, but at the same time, the speed at which the news spread was also very fast. Except for some particularly remote places, most people knew about it. This time, Chernzong received an invitation. On the invitation, sword light flashed, and it was filled with a shocking aura. It was as if the Tao was fighting. Countless mysteries of the Tao finally condensed into 3 words. Thousand King Assembly. The Thousand King Assembly was a special feature of the White Domain for generations. Many years ago, it was started by an organization of peerless geniuses. At first, it wasn't called the Thousand King Assembly, but the Prodigy Assembly. It invited all the famous geniuses to gather in one place to drink tea, discuss martial arts, and talk about the Tao. People who cultivated couldn't stand aloof from worldly affairs, especially geniuses. They liked to compete with others to prove themselves. Subsequently, the tradition of the Prodigy Assembly was kept, and it was held every few decades. Its influence gradually expanded, and so did its scale. Moreover, some people found that the people who started the Prodigy Assembly would have great achievements in the future. They could at least cultivate to the transcendent realm, and some could even become Tao Masters. It was as if they would receive the blessing of fate. It was uncertain whether that was the case, but it seemed to be the case. Moreover, the people who performed the best in the Prodigy Assembly also seemed to receive the blessing of fate, and their cultivation path would be smoother. Because of this, the Heavenly Geniuses Association grew from a small number of 10 to 20 people to over 100. Now, it had grown to an astonishing size with over 1,000 people. Moreover, it had officially changed its name to the Thousand King Association a few years ago. Thousand King Assembly. The Thousand King Assembly represented the number of geniuses, and the King Assembly represented the younger generation of geniuses who hoped to be called kings. The assembly was a kind of contact, meeting, and collision. Thousands of geniuses who were invited came to participate in the Thousand King Assembly. They drank tea, discussed martial arts, and even directly fought. Through this collision, a true king would be born. Chernzong had inadvertently made a name for himself over the years, and naturally, he was also invited. Thousand King Assembly. Many geniuses were invited, and Chernzong was very interested in the collision between geniuses. Chernzong even had a feeling that he might be able to find an opportunity to break through to the sixth transformation during this Thousand King Assembly, further increasing his strength. The location of the Thousand King Assembly was different every time. It wasn't fixed. As for where it was held, it depended on the wishes of the organizer. The organizer was usually the most outstanding person of the previous Thousand King Assembly. If there were some special circumstances, such as a person breaking through to the Yuan underworld stage, dying, or leaving the White Realm, etc., the next most outstanding person would be the organizer. This time, the Thousand King Assembly would be held at the Thousand Autumn Lake. The Thousand Autumn Lake was a huge lake with a circumference of a few thousand miles. More than 1,000 small hills stood on the lake, each of them less than 100 meters tall. The lake's original name was the Thousand Hills Lake, which meant that there were more than 1,000 hills. However, it was later changed to the Thousand Autumn Lake. Although it sounded the same, the meaning was more profound. Thousands of autumns. Many temporary platforms had been built at the side of the huge Thousand Autumn Lake. These platforms had been built by some merchants, as many people would rush over to watch the Thousand King Assembly. The Thousand King Assembly didn't reject outsiders from watching, as long as they didn't interfere. This was also a way to spread its reputation. Thus, the merchants saw a business opportunity and started to build some temporary pavilions for people to enter. It was much better than being exposed to the element. Even if the cultivators were not afraid, they could sit in the pavilions and enjoy tea and wine while watching the geniuses of the Thousand King Association compete with each other. How comfortable would that be? In the Thousand Autumns Lake, every hill was about the same height. At this moment, every hill was empty, with only a few small trees with dark green leaves growing on them. Besides the platforms, there were also some ships docked at the side of the lake. These ships were also used by merchants to make money. At that moment, a figure flew over from afar. He didn't fly across the sky. Instead, he moved like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, creating small ripples on the surface of the water. His posture was as graceful as a swallow's, and his speed was astonishing. Shortly after, he swept across the water surface and landed on a hill, standing alone on the top of the hill. Someone's coming. It looks like he's a genius who's participating in the Thousand King Assembly. Quick, look who that is. Although there was some distance between them, there were no obstructions, so they could clearly see the person's appearance. It was a young man in a green robe. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were gentle. It didn't take long for someone to recognize this person. Those who were invited to participate in the Thousand King Assembly were all famous geniuses, regardless of their background. This person was a genius from a small family. His surname was Liu, and his name was Tsuanji. He was talented and powerful. Not long after, a second, third, and fourth person arrived at the Thousand Autumn Lake from all directions. When these people arrived at the Thousand Autumn Lake, they directly landed on the hills. On the platforms around the Thousand Autumn Lake, Many people were excited. Usually, these geniuses were rarely seen. They had only heard of their names, but it was difficult to see them. Now that they saw them, they felt a kind of excitement from the bottom of their hearts. As time passed, more and more geniuses arrived. On the hills, more and more people arrived. Different people came in different ways. Some people came alone, and they directly flew over. Some people came in a grand manner. For example, some of the geniuses from the 3 great dynasties came in such a grand manner. Moreover, although not all of them landed on the hills, most of them stayed on the shore. However, there were still a few people who followed them and landed on the hills to add to their grandeur. Not only that, but they also took out small and simple palaces and placed them on top of the hills. They looked grand and majestic, and they added some decorations to the place. The red light swept out and filled the sky. It brought with it waves of scorching heat, as if it was burning the sky. The red light gave off a burst of explosive sounds, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. There were a total of 3 figures in the red light, and they quickly flew over in a triangular formation. That's the genius from the Yen tribe. There are actually 3 of them. That's the little flame king Yen Lai, and the flame demon Yen Zhan. The one leading them is the top genius of the Yen tribe, the little flame reverend Yen Qin. The Yen tribe lives up to its name as one of the 5 great ancient tribes. This time, 3 of them have been invited to participate in the 1,000-king meeting, the crowd exclaimed. The ancient tribes belonged to the family system. Compared to the sect and dynasty, they naturally had fewer members. Moreover, they belonged to the bloodline family. Therefore, they had fewer members. Among the few members, it was indeed quite shocking that 3 geniuses were qualified to participate in the 1,000-king meeting. Chapter 2158. There were 1,000 hills on the 1,000 Autumn Lake, and at the top of the hills stood the 1,000 kings. The geniuses who were qualified to receive invitations were all geniuses among geniuses. They were all geniuses who were qualified to be called kings in their respective regions. At this moment, most of them had arrived. On some hills, blazing flames burned fiercely. The temperature was shockingly high, as if it wanted to burn everything. On some hills, lightning flashed, and they were filled with a shocking aura as if they could destroy everything. On some of the hills, there were ripples of water, sparkling and clear, overlapping one another endlessly. On some hills, there were layers upon layers of trees, and they were lush and full of vitality. On some hills, the sound of wind whistled. Gusts of wind circled and blew, sometimes gentle and sometimes violent. Every person who had the potential to be a king in their respective regions had a higher comprehension of the great Tao than others. Among all the great Tao phenomena, there were only 2 that were the most dazzling. One was a sword light that soared into the sky, covering all directions. Countless sword chi surrounded it, and it was like a storm of swords and thunder of swords. It fluctuated endlessly, as if it wanted to tear everything in its surroundings apart. At the center was a youth with an ordinary appearance, but his eyebrows were like swords, and his gaze was extremely sharp. He carried a long sword on his back, and he stood tall with his back straight. He was like a divine sword that was stabbed into the top of the hill, pointing straight at the sky. The shocking sharpness seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Small sword King Yumashing. On the other hand, the hill where the other person stood was filled with a strange and shocking invisible power. It seemed to be constantly collapsing and expanding. Collapsing and expanding opposed each other, but there was no conflict. It only fluctuated endlessly, causing the figure on the hill to seem distorted and difficult to distinguish. This person was the initiator and organizer of this 1,000-king meeting, Little Sky King Xiao Dinglong. In an instant, an extremely shocking light flashed, and it was filled with a cold and domineering sharpness. It streaked across the sky, and it flew over from afar. The moment that light appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. From afar, it was like a huge saber piercing through the air. Its aura was exceptional, and it had a shocking might that could split the sky and split the earth. That is Small Saber King. Small Saber King is here too. He will definitely come. After all, he is also a young expert who dominates a region. The little Sword King raised his eyelids, and in a split second, his eyes emitted a shocking and direct sword ray that tore through the air as it shot out. Vaguely, the ear-piercing sound of swords and sabers clashing could be heard in the void. Ripples seemed to be surging out in all directions. In just an instant, Small Sword King and Small Saber King completed a clash of auras. "You moshing, if you want to fight, let's have a good fight later." Long laughter rang out from the saber light, resounding through the heavens and earth. It was as if countless sabers were vibrating. The aura that permeated the air was incomparably cold and domineering. "Humph!" Yumashing groaned coldly. He wasn't afraid, he was waiting. He was waiting for the 1,000 King assembly to start so that they could fight again. Small Sword King and Small Saber King were both the most outstanding true disciples from the 4 major sects. The sound of the zither and the melodious sound of the flute filled the air. The murderous and sharp aura created by the Small Sword King and Small Saber King was instantly dissolved into nothingness, and also attracted everyone's attention as they slowly immersed themselves in the beautiful music. Accompanying the beautiful music were flower petals, which turned into a rain of flowers. There were red, pink, rose red, bright yellow, light blue, and so on. The colorful flowers were incomparably gorgeous, and for a moment, everyone felt as if they had fallen into a sea of flowers. They could clearly smell the fragrance of hundreds of flowers. The fragrance assailed their nostrils. The fragrance assailed their noses. In an instant, everyone seemed to be intoxicated. Countless flower petals spun, as if they were blown forward by the wind, and finally descended on a hill. The colorful flowers swept through the air, filling the sky, and revealing a graceful figure. She was dressed in a colorful flower robe, and waves of fragrance pervaded the air. It seemed to be very strong, but also seemed to be faintly discernible. She wore a colorful flower veil on her face, and her long hair was decorated with 7 different colored flower petals. She didn't look tacky at all, but instead had an indescribable celestial aura. Colorful Flower Fairy. In the White World, other than the Will Heavenly Palace, the 3 major dynasties, 4 major sect, and 5 major ancient clans were the strongest forces. The level of strength between them was also on par, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. For example, Small Sword King and Small Saber King came from one of the 4 major sects, and Colorful Flower Fairy also came from one of the 4 major sects. There was also Little Flame Sovereign Yen Chen, who came from one of the 5 major ancient clans, the Yen clan. It could be said that the top forces in the White World all had at least one representative genius, who was very powerful and had a shocking reputation. However, the organizer of this 1,000 King meeting, Little Sky King, didn't come from one of the 12 major forces, but from a slightly inferior force. Some of the smaller forces that weren't as good as the 12 major forces might have some top geniuses that weren't inferior to the top geniuses of the 12 major forces, and might even surpass them. Of course, the probability of this was relatively small. "It seems like everyone is here." Should be. Just as he finished speaking, another sword light flew over from afar. At first glance, the sword light seemed very small and ordinary, but at second glance, it seemed vast and mighty, as if it filled the world. At third glance, it seemed to be fleeting and unfocused. The feeling it gave people was very strange and indescribable. Feeling the sharpness of the sword, some of the sword geniuses on the 1,000 Autumn Lake all looked over, especially the Little Sword King. His pupils slightly shrank as he stared at the strange and extremely mysterious sword light. He instinctively felt that he was facing a formidable opponent. After landing, the sword light retracted, and a figure stood on the hill. "Who is that? I've never seen him before." "I recognize him. He's the direct disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, little Jiandi Chenzong." Someone recognized Chenzong. After all, there were still some people who had seen Chenzong in the past 10 years. "He's little Jiandi? I can't see how strong he is." "With your ability, how can you see?" "You can't see whether he's strong or not." There were countless discussions. One was the title of little Jiandi, and the other was his identity as a direct disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. In a split second, Small Sword King's eyes condensed, containing an extremely sharp sword light. It pierced through the void and stared at Chenzong, as if it wanted to pierce through Chenzong. Chenzong could feel the astonishing sharpness in Small Sword King's eyes. Their eyes met, and for a moment, Chenzong could feel that this was a strong opponent in the Sword Dao. A trace of battle intent rose from Chenzong's heart. As if feeling the battle intent transmitted from Chenzong's eyes, the sword on Small Sword King's back trembled slightly, as if it was about to be unsheathed, emitting a trace of astonishing sharpness. Finally, the 1,000 top geniuses who had received the invitation and were qualified to be called kings of the younger generation gathered here. 1,000 Autumn Lake. Thousands of autumns, thousands of generations. It's my honor to be able to participate in the 1,000 Autumn Lake. As the organizer of the 1,000 Autumn Lake, little Heavenly King Xiao Dinglong stood on the hill in the center of the 1,000 Autumn Lake. His voice was vigorous, as if it contained an inexplicable power. It overlapped in the void and spread out like sound waves into everyone's ears. Even the people on the tall buildings by the lake heard it. That voice was very clear, directly penetrating into their ears. Whether it was people who thought that they were stronger than little Heavenly King or people who thought that their background was higher than little Heavenly King, they all quieted down and remained silent. This was because this was an unwritten rule of the Prodigy Association or the 1,000 King Association. They had to maintain a certain level of respect for the founder of the 1,000 King Association. If they didn't respect him, then the 1,000 King Association would become chaotic and could no longer continue. Meeting a 1,000 King Society at the 1,000 King Society was a meeting and clash between prodigies. It was more direct and convenient than deliberately looking for one another. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. Little Heavenly King Xiao Dinglong didn't say much. He just said a few words as an introduction. Then, he told everyone to do as they pleased. The 1,000 King Society had been held many times, but strictly speaking, it wasn't a very formal event. The organizer was only the organizer. He didn't have the right to tell others what to do or not to do. The 1,000 King Society was just an organization that led the way. Of course, as the organizer, it was said that the organizer was blessed by luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. The 1,000 King Society was a meeting between prodigies. Of course, it wasn't as simple as drinking tea, drinking wine, and chatting. That was just a gentle way to put it. The Real 1,000 King Society was a battle. Prodigies fought against prodigies. Sparks of strength against strength. Prodigies against prodigies. Lin Mo, last time we were evenly matched. This time I will definitely be defeated by you. Immediately, someone issued a challenge, naming Lin Mo. Who's afraid of you? Lin Mo groaned coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. The two of them immediately flew away from their respective hills. They transformed into beams of light and shot towards each other at lightning speed. They started fighting. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Both of them were fighting barehanded. Their cultivation levels were at the 4th transformation of the Dao manipulation realm, but their strength was stronger than ordinary 4th transformation Dao manipulation realm cultivators. Their attacks were extremely powerful and shocking. Their martial arts and Dao powers were shockingly powerful. Many pairs of eyes were focused on them, watching the battle between the two. Amazing! As expected of the prodigies who have the potential to become kings among the younger generation. It would be great if I could have such strength one day. On the tall buildings by the Thousand Autumn Lake, many people's eyes lit up. They were amazed and envious. However, such an intense battle was nothing in the eyes of a few prodigies with higher cultivation levels. It was just an ordinary battle. For example, Chernzong had absolute confidence that he could defeat or even kill the two of them with one strike. However, the rule of the Thousand King Society was that if someone was fighting, no one else was allowed to interfere. They could only wait until the battle was over before the next battle could begin. In this battle, Lin Mo won by one move again. Chapter 2159. Something happened today, so the update is a bit late. Battle was the main theme, the main purpose of the Thousand King Association. Everything else was just an illusion, a foil to the main event. Whoever could stand out in the Thousand King meeting, become the most eye-catching person, and become the true king among the thousand prodigies would be blessed by luck. In the future, they would definitely become a Tao master, and even have a chance to break through to the sovereign realm. There was only one way to be the center of attention, and that was to battle and display absolute martial strength. In the world of cultivators, there was no such thing as luck. From the first battle, one battle after another, and there was almost no rest. Up until now, there had already been dozens of battles. However, those who fought were basically the ordinary prodigies, and not the few top prodigies. Clang! An incomparably melodious sword cry suddenly rang out, and a sword light flashed behind the little sword king like the first rays of dawn in the eastern sky. The astonishing aura of sharpness instantly contracted, causing the sword light to become even more dazzling and eye-catching. The moment it was unsheathed, the sword light soared into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the same time, the little sword king's eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light that pierced through the sky. The long sword that was shining with the dazzling light of dawn was unsheathed, and the little sword king grabbed it in his hand. He suddenly waved it decisively and fiercely, and pointed it in the direction of his gaze. True disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, let me see if you have the qualifications to be called a Sword Emperor. The little sword king stared at Chernzong, and his voice was filled with astonishing sharpness, like a sharp sword piercing through the air. In an instant, everyone was slightly startled, and became excited again. The little sword king was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Broken Sword sect. Although he wasn't the number one true disciple, he was the one with the highest talent. His strength was tyrannical, and his sword skills were superb. Among the younger generation of the White Domain, the little sword king's talent and potential were definitely among the best. Up until now, there had been dozens of battles, and prodigies at the level of the little sword king had yet to fight. Now it was finally time for him to make a move, and his opponent was a prodigy who had been in the limelight for the past decade. The true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace, Chernzong, also known as the Little Jiendi. Whether it was the title of Little Jiendi or his identity as a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, Chernzong's curiosity was piqued. Moreover, the Little Sword King and the Little Jiendi were both prodigies of the Sword Tao. Then, in the clash between the Little Sword King and the Little Jiendi, who would win? Who was stronger? Facing the small Sword King's challenge, Chernzong didn't have the slightest thought of refusing. Instead, he felt his fighting spirit rise. Without a doubt, this Little Sword King would be a formidable opponent. From the fluctuations of his aura, Chernzong could sense that Little Sword King's cultivation was at the 6th revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. He should have reached the late stage or even the peak stage. On the other hand, he was at the peak of the 5th revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. This little Sword King's battle prowess had at least reached the 9-star level. Then, let's fight. A burst of shocking sharpness gushed out from Chen Zong's eyes and pierced through the sky. Immediately, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had been sliced through. Feeling that shocking sharpness, a hint of excitement appeared on the little Sword King's face. A formidable opponent. Strike. In an instant, the little Sword King's figure flashed and flew out like a long sword piercing through the sky. With a slash of his sword, that sword light slashed horizontally across the sky, crossing several thousand meters like the radiance of dawn illuminating the void, and directly attacking Chen Zong. This sword light was dazzling and incomparably sharp, as if it could destroy everything. It made people tremble in fear even from a distance. As soon as he made his move, Chen Zong also knew that the little Sword King's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th revolution of the Tao manipulation realm. The extreme heart phaseless sword was swung out in an instant. After the sword light pierced through the sky and directly shattered that sword light, it erupted with an even more shocking might like a thunderbolt as it attacked the little Sword King. After the little Sword King shattered that sword light with a slash of his sword, his figure closed in as swiftly as lightning. Close quarters combat. In just an instant, Chen Zong felt suppressed as a terrifying sword pressure directly fell on his body. Waves of terrifying power pressed down from all directions, restricting his movements. Moreover, it also carried traces of shocking sharpness, as if invisible swords were circling and slicing around him. This was the first time that Chen Zong had experienced this feeling, but it was very familiar, because this was the feeling of falling into the Sword Tao domain. The little Sword King had actually comprehended and grasped the Sword Tao domain, as expected of the little Sword King. However, Chen Zong felt that the little Sword King's Sword Tao domain wasn't very strong, at least not as strong as his own. However, to be able to grasp the Sword Tao domain at the Tao manipulation realm was enough to show how extraordinary the little Sword King was. After all, Swordmaster Dong Ting had also grasped the Sword Tao domain at the Tao manipulation realm. Of course, the little Sword King couldn't be compared to Swordmaster Dong Ting, but he was still an out-and-out top Sword Tao prodigy. The only way to deal with a Sword Tao domain was through a Sword Tao domain. Instantly, the little Sword King's expression changed greatly because he felt an extremely terrifying sword pressure descend and directly suppress his body. His body was bound, and he withstood waves of attacks from the encirclement of sharp auras. He even felt that his sword technique was about to be suppressed to the point of becoming rusty. Sword Tao domain. The opponent had actually also grasped the Sword Tao domain. This wasn't strange at all. After all, it was the little Jiandi. The problem was that the Sword Tao domain that the opponent grasped seemed to be even stronger than his own. In the entire Broken Sword sect, he wasn't the only one who grasped the Sword Tao domain. However, there were only 2 people who grasped the Sword Tao domain at the Tao manipulation realm. One of them didn't comprehend it until the 9th cycle of the Tao manipulation realm, and the other was him. The little Sword King had always thought that his Sword Tao talent was extremely high, and that he was the number 1 in the Broken Sword sect. In the White Realm, he was also one of the best. Even though he knew that the opponent was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace and had been called the Little Jiandi for the past 10 years, he didn't think that he was inferior to the opponent. However, he didn't think that he would actually lose to the opponent in the Sword Tao domain. Since that was the case, then he would rely on other strengths to win. He once again unleashed the Sword Tao domain, enveloping the surroundings and doing his best to resist the suppression of Chen Zong's Sword Tao domain. The little Sword King used his Sword Tao domain, and the sword light was as dazzling as the first light of dawn, disappearing in a flash. The speed of the sword was astonishingly fast, and the power it contained was extremely strong and condensed. This sword seemed to have illuminated Chen Zong's eyes, making it difficult for him to see the sword's trajectory clearly. By the time he noticed it, the sword had already arrived in front of him. However, such a stunning sword was still blocked by Chen Zong. The little Sword King's expression didn't change, and he immediately unleashed a second sword attack. The changes were extremely fast. Chen Zong also had to admit that the little Sword King's Sword Dao foundation was extremely solid, and his Sword Dao domain was also extremely powerful. Every sword attack seemed beautiful, but in reality, it had abandoned the beauty, leaving behind the most pure sword move. It was only used to defeat and kill. As for the beauty, it was just a kind of cover, a kind of deception. With such battle prowess, if he were to challenge the Star Battle Pagoda, he would definitely be able to pass the 9th floor, but he wouldn't be able to pass the 10th floor. No wonder he gave off the feeling of a strong opponent. In this battle, other than the power of his sword origin physique and secret techniques, Chen Zong didn't hold back at all. Sword light flashed on the Qianqiu lake, and sword qi surged, splitting the lake water and creating countless cracks. It took a few breaths for the lake water to recover. However, the sword scars that extended hundreds of meters to thousands of meters in an instant were like scars left on the surface of the Qianqiu lake. It was a ghastly sight, and it was extremely shocking. And that shocking sword light flashed, and the surging sharpness made people feel chills all over their bodies. It was extremely horrifying. The top prodigies also had solemn expressions, and they were extremely shocked. For example, the small Saber King, Little Sky King, Fairy Kaihua, and the others had unconcealable shock on their faces. The Little Sword King felt as if his potential was being constantly squeezed out, and his sword attacks became increasingly fierce. Suddenly, the sword pressure increased by several times in an instant, crushing his sword Dao domain. It directly caused his body to tremble, and his sword attacks also paused for a moment. This pause was only for an instant, not even 1/100th of a breath, but it was enough. The Little Sword King saw a sword mountain descending, and he saw a long river surging over. In an instant, he felt as if he was being suppressed again. The long river surrounded him, and it was as if countless sword qis were slicing him. Heart refinement as 1, sword 2. With a swing of his sword, an extremely condensed sword light tore through the sky. Defeated. The Little Sword King was defeated, and he spat out blood. Defeated. The Little Sword King was actually defeated. That little Jiandi is so strong, as expected of him. Exclamations continuously sounded out. The Little Sword King stared at Chen Zong. He never thought that he would actually be defeated like this, and actually lose to someone else in Sword Dao. Withdrawing his gaze, the Little Sword King returned to the hill, and circulated his cultivation technique to recover his strength. He wasn't someone who couldn't accept defeat. Thinking back carefully, he actually didn't use his full strength in this battle. At least, he didn't use his secret technique, but his opponent was the same. Therefore, even if he used his secret technique, he wouldn't be able to win in the end. This was the conclusion that the Little Sword King came to after careful consideration and analysis, even though he was very unhappy. At the same time, a hot-blooded feeling spread out. It turned out that he wasn't the most outstanding in Sword Dao, and there was someone of the same generation who was even more outstanding than him. Next time, I'll definitely defeat you, the Little Sword King said inwardly. Chen Zong was the center of attention after defeating the Little Sword King. His longsword shook, but Chen Zong didn't return to the hill. Instead, his gaze swept past, and traces of an indescribable sharpness condensed in his eyes. Who will battle with me? Once these words were spoken, an uproar instantly arose. One battle wasn't enough. Without resting, he actually wanted to battle continuously. I'll do it! The Little Saber King shouted sternly as he unsheathed his longsword. A melodious saber cry reverberated in all directions. That saber light instantly traversed the heaven and earth, and slashed down from high up in the air, mercilessly slashing towards Chen Zong. With a bang, there was a feeling of heaven and earth collapsing. The terrifying saber pressure descended, and the lake water below was instantly suppressed to the point of sinking, forming an invisible saber mark. The battle between Chen Zong and the Little Sword King just now made everyone exclaim endlessly. Their blood boiled, and they wished they could personally make a move. Since Chen Zong didn't rest and continued to challenge, then they would fight. All right. With a low shout, Chen Zong's eyes flickered with light, and his long sword pierced through the air, directly striking that vast saber light. Why didn't Chen Zong rest? Because he wanted to give himself enough pressure to find an opportunity to break through under high pressure. Chapter 2160. Picturesque Mountains and Rivers. Return to One Sword 2. Small Saber King was defeated. The third to attack was Yen Clan's Little Flame Reverend Yen Chen. Little Flame King Yen Lai wanted to attack because he was defeated by Chen Zong 10 years ago. However, after seeing Small Sword King and Small Saber King being defeated one after another, he realized that he was definitely not Chen Zong's opponent. He could only endure. Yen Chen's combat power was much stronger than Little Flame King's. Once he attacked, the sky was filled with raging flames. If it was 10 years ago, Chen Zong wouldn't have the confidence to defeat him. However, after 10 years, although his combat power still hadn't reached 10-star, his strength had indeed increased a lot compared to before. Fight! 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 Little Flame Reverend Yen Chen's combat power was shocking. When he used his secret technique, it was even more terrifying. He was even stronger than Small Sword King and Small Saber King. Chen Zong didn't use his Freedom Realm. Although that would keep his strength at the limit, the pressure from the outside world wouldn't be enough. Therefore, after fighting Small Sword King and Small Saber King, and then fighting Little Flame Reverend Yen Chen, Chen Zong was under great pressure. That pressure was constantly increasing and becoming more intense. Flame King destroys the world. Yen Chen used his secret treasure to unleash his strongest attack. Terrifying flames swept out and rushed into the sky. It instantly condensed into a 100-meter-tall fiery demon. Its eyes shone with red light as it directly descended. Chen Zong couldn't dodge in time and was directly engulfed by the extremely intense flames. It was as if he was going to be burned to ashes. Even with the Heart Seal treasure robe absorbing 70% of the power, the flames were still extremely terrifying. Because this attack directly surpassed the 9-star level and stepped into the 10-star level. Although the 10-star level was only 1-star level higher than the 9-star level, it was the difference between normal combat power and limiter combat power. It was a qualitative change. The suppression of the 9-star level by the 10-star level was almost overwhelming. Therefore, Yen Chen's attack shocked everyone. They didn't expect Yen Chen to have already reached this step. His strength was probably very close to the 10-star level. Little Jendi kicked an iron plate this time. However, being able to consecutively defeat Small Sword King and Small Saber King also proves that he's out of the ordinary. For Yen Chen to be able to unleash such an attack, I'm afraid that it's not entirely his own strength. It's a little unfair. Someone with even sharper eyes determined that Yen Chen had relied on external power to unleash such an attack. He'd be a fool if he didn't use it when there's an external force. There were also people who held a different opinion. Originally, in the world of cultivation, there had always been different views on external forces. Although there were not many differences, there were many debates. Yen Lai looked at Chen Zong, who was engulfed by the Flame King's world-destroying flames. He couldn't help but clench his fists, secretly excited. In a split second, a tyrannical sharp light shot up from the raging flames. It was like an invisible heavenly sword with peerless divine power. It directly tore apart the raging flames of King Yan's world-destroying raging flames. Chen Zong's figure appeared. His long robe was clean and tidy, as if it was brand new. From the looks of it, there was not a single trace of being burned by the raging fire. His eyes emitted a sharp light that was incomparably terrifying. Everyone was also keenly aware that Chen Zong's aura had changed. If I remember correctly, his cultivation just now should be at the 5th transformation Dao controlling realm. Did he break through at the last moment? Breaking through at the last moment didn't sound like a difficult thing to do, but it was very difficult to actually do it. It required sufficient external pressure, and one's body had to be at a critical point. Moreover, one had to grasp the right scale and opportunity. Without any of these, one would not be able to break through at the last moment. It might even lead to one's death. Therefore, Chen Zong's breakthrough at the last moment was a very shocking thing in everyone's eyes. In order to thank you for helping me break through, I'll give you a sword attack. Chen Zong said neither slowly nor quickly. At that moment, the extreme heart phaseless sword pierced out. Heart refining as 1, sword 3. The power of this sword attack was more condensed and penetrated everything. Its power was even more shocking. It was a step further in the sword principle of one sword breaking all technique. This sword attack was too fast. In the eyes of everyone, it was like a flash of lightning or a shooting star. It disappeared in a flash. Yan Chen didn't even have time to react and was directly hit. It pierced through his shoulder. Then, a sharp pain swept through his entire body. Little Flame Sovereign Yan Chen had been defeated. With the help of Yan Chen's secret treasure, Yan King's Armageddon, which was at the level of a 10-star battle strength, Chen Zong barely withstood that attack with the power of the Heart Seal treasure robe. He then caused all the accumulated pressure to explode in an instant. Finally, he found the opportunity to break through. He broke through the shackles of the 5th revolution to the 6th revolution and successfully broke through to the 6th revolution. His cultivation broke through from the peak of the 5th revolution to the 6th revolution. At the same time, Chen Zong completely perfected the 11th level of the Taichu sword origin technique. His Taichu sword origin was refined under the scorching fire, quickly replacing the 10th level of the Taichu sword origin technique. After 10 years of training, not only did Chen Zong's cultivation reach the peak of the 5th revolution, but he also created the 11th level of the Taichu sword origin technique. He kept perfecting it, and it would probably be completely perfected at the last step to replace the 10th level. At the same time, his swordsmanship had also reached a critical point. This time, he broke through with the help of the high pressure from the outside world. All three of them also broke through at the same time. With this breakthrough, his combat strength immediately increased by leaps and bounds, directly surpassing the 9 stars and stepping into the 10 stars. It was the real 10 stars, not the 10 stars with the help of external forces. Although Yan Chen's strength had reached the critical point between the 9 stars and the 10 stars, there was still a big gap between him and the 10 stars. The situation changed too quickly. Originally, they thought that little Jiandi Chen Zong would lose, but they did not expect that little Flame Lord Yan Chen would be defeated by Chen Zong with a single strike. Yan Lai's face was ashen. With 3 breakthroughs, his strength recovered to the peak. His essence, qi, and spirit were extremely strong. Carrying the shocking spirit of 3 victories, Chen Zong was in the limelight for a moment. When his eyes swept across, it was difficult for people to look at him. In the end, Chen Zong's eyes fell on the organizer of this 1000 King meeting, Little Sky King Xiao Dinglong. Brother Zhao's combat strength should have reached the 10 stars, right? Why don't we fight? Chen Zong issued a challenge to Xiao Dinglong. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Xiao Dinglong's combat strength to have reached the 10 stars level. It was really shocking. Okay. Seeing Chen Zong's breakthrough and increase in combat strength, Xiao Dinglong was already itching to fight. Since Chen Zong took the initiative to issue a challenge, there was no reason for him to refuse. fight. In an instant, a powerful aura exploded from Xiao Dinglong's body and shot into the sky, causing the surrounding space to shake as if it was constantly expanding and contracting. Peak of the 7th Transformation Dao Controlling Realm. 10 stars combat strength. To a certain extent, Xiao Dinglong could already be compared with Big Senior Brother Luo Beichuan. Of course, between him and Big Senior Brother, Chen Zong felt that Big Senior Brother should be more outstanding. Chen Zong's figure flashed, transforming into a sword light that rapidly approached Xiao Dinglong. Xiao Dinglong slowly pushed out a palm from afar. Although they were 1,000 meters apart, that transparent palm print blasted through the air. In an instant, Chen Zong only felt that the space around him had undergone a strange change. It was as if there was a terrifying force repelling him, just like the repulsion of space, making it difficult for him to move forward. In an instant, the 5 fingers of Xiao Dinglong's palm that he pushed out bent and grabbed at the air. The repulsive force suddenly changed in an instant, turning into an extremely powerful suction force, causing Chen Zong's figure to suddenly fly forward and approach Xiao Dinglong like lightning. However, the moment he approached Xiao Dinglong, the suction force disappeared again, turning into a repulsive force that repelled Chen Zong's body again, wanting to make Chen Zong's body bounce away. Immediately after, the suction force reappeared, landing on Chen Zong at the same time as the repulsive force. Gravity and repulsive force. This was the power brought about by the Great Path that Xiao Dinglong had comprehended. The Great Path was called the Great Path of Heavenly Magnetism. Under the positive and negative magnetic forces of the Great Path of Heavenly Magnetism, Chen Zong's body paused, as if frozen in the void. Xiao Dinglong also blasted out a palm with extremely powerful power that contained the power of the Great Path of Heavenly Magnetism. It directly blasted out. This kind of method was amazing, and this kind of power was terrifying. Before the breakthrough, Chen Zong was no match for him at all and would be defeated directly. But now, Chen Zong's 3 breakthroughs had greatly increased his combat strength. In the face of Xiao Dinglong's strange and unexpected methods and tyrannical attacks, he could completely deal with them. Field of Sword Principle. Suppress. In an instant, Chen Zong resisted the positive and negative magnetic forces and swung his sword. Heart Refining in 1, Sword 3. The sword pierced through the sky and directly broke Xiao Dinglong's palm print as if it was indestructible. Picturesque Mountains and Rivers. The second sword attack was launched, and the sword mountain condensed in an instant, suppressing Xiao Dinglong's body. With the increase in combat strength, the power of picturesque mountains and rivers was naturally significantly improved. The sword mountain suppressed, and the long river surrounded and cut. Heart Refining in 1, Sword 3. Chen Zong launched another sword attack. Xiao Dinglong burst out with a secret method, and his strength soared. The endless power of the Great Path of Heavenly Magnetism condensed, and the wisps of power in the void were drawn and condensed above Xiao Dinglong's head, turning into a star that constantly rotated. That star was full of positive and negative magnetic forces. As it rotated, it suppressed all directions, forming an amazing positive and negative magnetic force field. It was not a field, but it had the effect and power of a field. Descend. In the roar, the huge heavenly magnetism star with a diameter of 10 meters fell directly and blasted towards Chen Zong. The terrifying and direct impact of pressure crashed into Chen Zong's field of sword principle and could not be resisted. Compared to the field of sword principle, the force field of the heavenly magnetism star was incomparably condensed and concentrated. Such a blow immediately brought amazing pressure to Chen Zong, and his whole person seemed to be torn apart under this terrible pressure. Heart Fire. In an instant, the 6-fold heart fire burned, immediately increasing Chen Zong's strength. His eyes flashed, and he activated the heart perception magical ability. He stared and captured that point. Heart refining in 1, sword 3. The most powerful sword attack pierced through the void and directly hit the heavenly magnetism star. The constantly rotating heavenly magnetite star was hit in an instant. It paused for a moment, and cracks quickly spread out on its surface. Chunzong's sword attack was not only extremely powerful, but it also caught the weak point of the heavenly magnetism star, which was the intersection of positive and negative magnetic forces. It was like a hub, very subtle and difficult to capture as it rotated, but Chunzong caught it. Chapter 2161. Gotcha. That voice rang out clearly in everyone's ears, making them feel as if their hearts were being torn apart in an instant. The cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire heavenly magnetite star in an instant, breaking apart and falling apart. Broken. Xiao Dinglong was incomparably shocked. His strongest move had actually been broken. It was simply inconceivable. It was not surprising for someone who was stronger than him to break through the heavenly magnetite star with tyrannical combat power. The problem was that the opponent's combat power did not suppress him, but was more or less the same. It was a little unbelievable that the opponent could break through his move with his superb swordsmanship. You win. Xiao Dinglong didn't attack again because he knew that Chunzong could break the heavenly magnet star with his superb swordsmanship. If he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. Since the little Sky King had admitted defeat, Chunzong sheathed his sword. The battle ended here. In Chunzong's perception, the little Sky King was the strongest. The others were about the same or even weaker. Therefore, he couldn't bring himself to fight. Thank you for your invitation, Brother Xiao. It allowed me to break through. Chunzong smiled and clasped his fists. I've gained a lot from this trip. Thank you again. I'll take my leave now. Chunzong couldn't wait to return to the Heavenly Intent Palace. However, before returning to the Heavenly Intent Palace, he had to make a trip to the White Jade City. He had to pass the 3 challenges and obtain the rewards. He had to leave the name of the Heavenly Intent Palace. After saying that, Chunzong turned into a ray of sword light and flew away. With his breakthrough, Chunzong's speed was much faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone, let's continue. Xiao Dinglong retracted his gaze and said in a clear voice. He actually intended to nominate Chunzong to be the organizer of the next Thousand King gathering. However, it seemed that Chunzong wasn't interested in it. So, forget it. Chunzong's stunning performance had shocked everyone. Chunzong's departure seemed to have taken away something, making the following Thousand King gathering less exciting. After all, he was the best. Bayou City. Chunzong came once again with a hint of excitement in his voice. This time, Chunzong did not tour around, nor did he stop. He went straight to the last challenge location, the Infinite Battle Palace. The challenge began. With his powerful combat power, Chunzong broke through the obstacles like a hot knife through butter. The 10th obstacle, the 20th obstacle, the 30th obstacle, continued to advance. However, Chunzong had already completed the trial once. Furthermore, he had reached the 96th stage and obtained 9 treasure chests. Hence, there were no rewards for the first 90 stages this time. Only by clearing the 100th stage would one be able to obtain the final reward. The 96th level was the level that Chunzong had passed the last time. This time, he passed it easily. The 97th stage, the 98th level, the 99th level. The last test was a 10-star level opponent. Fight. A fierce battle. He would fight with all his might. Heart Flame Theurgy. Heart Perception God Art. The power of the Taichu Sword Origin. 10,000 swords return to origin. Heart Refining Sword Technique. With the last sword, he killed, won, and passed. He obtained the last treasure chest. At the same time, there were changes on the ranking list in the outside world. Chunzong's name reached the top, surpassing Luo Beichuan. After all, Chen Zong's breakthrough was in three aspects. The increase in his combat power was even more significant. He reached the top. Chen Zong successfully reached the top. Naturally, it caused another commotion. When Chen Zong appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. The people from the three dynasties and the four major sects were also alarmed and rushed over. When they saw Chen Zong's name at the top, the people from the three dynasties had interesting expressions. This was because they had already given up on recruiting Chen Zong. Now they were regretting it. With the last treasure chest, Chen Zong quickly left White Jade City and flew towards the Sacred Heart Mountain. Now that he had the combat power of a 10-star level, which was the combat power of the low extremity, he could go to the Battle Star Tower and leave his name on the Battle Star tablet. Then, he would head to the northern battlefront and pay a visit to the Eternal Battle Fort. When Chen Zong flew over a mountain ridge, he caught a glimpse of someone flying by quickly from the corner of his eye. The person seemed to be in a sorry state and was fleeing in panic. Behind him, there were two people chasing after him. They were filled with murderous intent. Chen Zong had seen this kind of pursuit many times in the past 10 years, but he had never interfered. This was because the person being pursued was not necessarily a good person, and the party being pursued was not necessarily a bad person. In the world of cultivators, the boundary between good and evil was never so simple. However, Chen Zong decided to intervene in the next moment. This was because the person being pursued was someone Chen Zong knew. Wang Kuan. It was the friend who had gone through many trials and tribulations with him from the black and white world to the black and white world. They had crossed the Sea of Heart together. Indeed, Chen Zong treated Wang Kuan as a friend after their experiences. At that time, he had successfully crossed the Heart Sea and ascended the Divine Mountain, becoming a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. However, Wang Kuan had failed and failed to become a true disciple. However, Wang Kuan did not give up. He first traveled the white world to temper himself, especially his mind, so that he could cross the Heart Sea and ascend the Divine Mountain to become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Since it was Wang Kuan, there was no need to ask whether he was right or wrong. He would save him first. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and he flew forward. Wang Kuan was shocked. Someone had actually intercepted him. This was bad. A flash of determination appeared on his face. At worst, he would drag someone down with him. "Brother Wang, don't panic." Chen Zong's voice came, startling Wang Kuan. Then, he saw that the person flying over was Chen Zong, his friend from before. Wang Kuan could not help but be happy. After all, Chen Zong was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. However, he remembered that Chen Zong's cultivation was not as good as his back then. Even if he had become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace and had extraordinary talent, after all these years, his cultivation would probably be about the same as his. "Brother Chen Zong, leave quickly." Wang Kuan immediately transmitted his voice to Chen Zong, not wanting to let Chen Zong get involved in this mess. "It's fine." Chen Zong did not mind. Since they were friends, and since he had decided to help, of course, he would not be a weakling. Moreover, those two were only in the fifth revolution of the Tao controlling realm. No matter how strong they were, there was a limit to how strong they could be. Seeing that Chen Zong was not leaving and wanted to help, Wang Kuan was very grateful. He gritted his teeth and stopped, turned around, and faced the enemy together with Chen Zong. Wang Kuan's actions made Chen Zong nod secretly. He was indeed a friend that could be made. It was not in vain for him to help. If Wang Kuan had not hesitated and left directly, Chen Zong would have still helped this time. However, this was the end of their friendship. "Why aren't you running?" The two middle-aged men who were chasing him immediately separated and blocked him from the front and back. The middle-aged man with a dark face sneered. The other man stared at Chen Zong and said in a serious voice, "Sir, this person stole my young master's heart-refining fruit. Please don't interfere to avoid making a mistake." Heart-refining fruit? Chunzong was slightly surprised. It was a divine medicine that helped to condense the mind, but it was only effective for those in the Tao controlling realm. It was ineffective beyond that. But no matter what, the heart-refining fruit was very valuable, and it was not easy to obtain. Nonsense. I was the one who found the heart-refining fruit first, and I guarded it for 3 years before it matured. Wang Kun rebuked angrily. "Humph, I said that the heart-refining fruit belongs to my young master." The middle-aged man with a dark face laughed nastily. In one sentence, Chunzong understood the cause and effect. It was nothing more than Wang Kun finding the heart-refining fruit first and waiting for it to mature for 3 years to pluck it. But before he could pluck it, someone else found it and fought over it. Wang Kun took it, and that person was unwilling to give up and sent people to chase after him. "Since the heart-refining fruit belongs to my friend, you can leave now, and this matter will end here," Chunzong said unhurriedly, with a hint of coldness in his tone. He would leave the grudges to Wang Kun to deal with himself. Of course, if the other party did not know what was good for them, his sword would inevitably be stained with blood. As Chunzong's voice fell, a chill spread out for no reason, causing the two middle-aged men's expressions to change slightly. They were somewhat surprised and doubtful. "Sir, it's better not to interfere in this matter," the middle-aged man with a relatively honest expression said in a deep voice. "Although my Zhao family is not a big family, there are still divine-tier powerhouses in the family. Moreover, my Zhao family has someone who is a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace." True disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace? Chunzong's expression changed slightly, but Wang Kun's face changed drastically. "That's right, my Zhao family's Zhao San passed the test of the Will Heavenly Palace 100 years ago and became a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace." The two middle-aged men spoke with pride. Becoming a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace was akin to a protective talisman for the Zhao family. Even if the Zhao family was stronger than them, they wouldn't be willing to have any conflicts with them. The true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, Zhao San, was the backing of the Zhao family. His influence wasn't any weaker than the only divine-tier powerhouse in the Zhao family. "Brother Chen, I'll hand the heart-refining fruit over to them." Wang Kun gritted his teeth and could only compromise. Although he knew that Chunzong was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, Chunzong became a true disciple later than Zhao San. Thus, Wang Kun believed that Chunzong wasn't as strong as Zhao San. He couldn't make things difficult for Chunzong in the Will Heavenly Palace because of him. Coming from a powerful family, Wang Kun knew that the Will Heavenly Palace was unavoidable. "No need." Chunzong stopped Wang Kun and looked at the two middle-aged men from the Zhao family. "Since that's the case, send a message to Zhao San. Tell him that I, Chunzong, the fifth true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, has taken the heart-refining fruit. If he has any complaints, he can come find me at the Will Heavenly Palace." The fifth true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Chunzong. You're the little Jiandi Chunzong who's been in the limelight for the past few years. The two middle-aged men were shocked. They didn't expect to run into a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. However, they were only surprised, not fearful. They believed that Zhao San had become a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace much earlier than Chunzong. According to the rumors, Zhao San had only become a true disciple in the last few decades. Therefore, they were certain that he was inferior to Zhao San. However, since the other party was also a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, it was better to report this matter to the higher-ups. It would take some time to report the matter. Chunzong and Wang Kun left. The two middle-aged men didn't dare to stop them. The Will Heavenly Palace's reputation was too great. AI, Brother Chen, I should have just handed the heart-refining fruit over to them. I'm afraid I've brought you a lot of trouble. Wang Kun was vexed. Chapter 2162. Little Rice Dumpling's combat strength has finally broken through the limit. Information spread very quickly in the White World. In particular, the speed at which some major events spread was as fast as lightning. The Thousand King gathering had ended long ago, and the results had spread throughout the White World in the shortest time possible. Although the Zhao clan was not a very powerful clan, they were not weak either. They were considered a mid-tier clan, so they naturally received the news as soon as possible. Little Jiandi Chenzong was the most outstanding person in the Thousand King gathering. Although he left midway, it was proven that his strength was shocking, surpassing that of an ordinary ninth transformation Dao manipulation realm cultivator. Therefore, when Chenzong wanted to leave, the two from the Zhao clan did not dare to stop him. Firstly, they were not as strong as him. Even though they had not seen it with their own eyes, they were still afraid. Secondly, Chenzong was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. The Zhao clan was invincible under normal circumstances due to Zhao San's identity as a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Since this matter involved another true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, it was not something they could handle. No matter what, they had to report it to the clan, and then the clan would inform Zhao San. As for Chenzong, he brought Wang Kun away to find a place to treat Wang Kun's injuries. After his injuries were healed, Wang Kun flipped his palm and a bright red fruit appeared in his palm. There were silver patterns circling around the fruit, forming a unique rune brand on it. It emitted traces of wondrous energy fluctuations. The heart-refining fruit. Brother Chenzong, if it were not for you this time, I am afraid I would not have been able to escape. Although Wang Kun was very reluctant, he decisively handed the fruit to Chenzong. Brother Wang, you should know very well what this fruit means to you. Chenzong did not take it, but asked with a smile. Wang Kun knew very well. Back then, he had failed to ascend the Divine Mountain. After all these years of training and some opportunities, his cultivation had reached the fourth transformation Dao manipulation realm, and his mind had been sharpened. Even so, he was not very confident that he could successfully ascend the Divine Mountain. However, if he were to consume the heart-tempering fruit and temper his soul, he might just be able to reach the Celestial Mountain and become the direct disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace. Therefore, the heart-refining fruit was extremely important to Wang Kun. I know. However, if Brother Chen did not step forward to save me, not only would I have lost the heart-refining fruit, I might even have lost my life, Wang Kun said resolutely. If he continued to run, it would be difficult for him to escape in the end. With his injuries, even if he fought to the death, he would at most drag someone down with him. The heart-refining fruit is related to whether you can pass the test and become the successor of the Heavenly Palace. However, it is of no use to me. Chenzong smiled and said. That was indeed the case. Chenzong's mental fortitude had already surpassed the level of path manipulation realm, and the heart-refining fruit was just a taste. Brother Wang, I see you as a friend taking action, so you don't have to do that. Thank you, Brother Chen. I can't thank you enough. Wang Kun gritted his teeth and took the heart-refining fruit in the end. It was indeed related to his future. If he lost the heart-refining fruit this time and did not have the chance to enter the Heavenly Palace, he did not know how long it would take for him to have enough mental fortitude to cross the Heart Sea. To pass the test of the Heavenly Palace, it was not a matter of cultivation level or combat strength, but of mental fortitude. Indeed, the higher one's cultivation level, the stronger one's mental fortitude would be. However, the higher one's cultivation level, the stronger one's mental fortitude would be. Therefore, only by making one's mental fortitude stronger than one's cultivation level could one hope to pass the test and become a true disciple of the heavenly palace. Now, Wang Kuan consciously sharpened his mental fortitude, but the results were not very good. His mental fortitude was stronger than his cultivation level, but not by much. However, the heart-refining fruit could strengthen his mental fortitude by a large margin. "Brother Wang, don't worry. I will protect you," Chen Zong smiled and said. Wang Kuan was even more grateful. He sat down cross-legged and consumed the heart-refining fruit to strengthen his mental fortitude. One day and one night later, Wang Kuan finished refining the fruit. When he opened his eyes, they shone brightly. He could feel that his mental fortitude had improved by several folds. The two of them set off for the heavenly mountain. "Brother Wang, I will be waiting for you in the heavenly palace." Chen Zong smiled and directly crossed the Heart Sea. "Don't worry, Brother Chen. I will definitely ascend the heavenly mountain and become a true disciple of the heavenly palace." Wang Kuan looked at Chen Zong's back and clenched his fists. The heart-refining fruit had strengthened his mental fortitude by several folds, giving him a greater chance to cross the Heart Sea and ascend the heavenly mountain. Grandpa Zhao was the third brother of the current Zhao clan's clan lord, thus he was called Grandpa Zhao. He was the third uncle of the Zhao clan's young lord. Grandpa Zhao's real name was Zhao Yixing. 100 years ago, he was lucky enough to cross the Heart Sea and ascend the heavenly mountain, becoming a reserved true disciple of the heavenly palace. It just so happened that he left the heavenly palace to return to the Zhao clan. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned, he heard a piece of news. His nephew had offended a true disciple of the heavenly palace. The fifth true disciple of the heavenly palace, Chen Zong. Zhao Yixing's voice became louder and louder, and his expression changed greatly. This made the Zhao clan lord feel uneasy. "Third brother, what's the background of that Chen Zong?" The Zhao clan lord was puzzled. Although there was news that Chen Zong was called Little Jendi, and was very strong and talented, his third brother was also a true disciple of the heavenly palace, and a ninth revolution Dao controlling expert. His battle prowess had long surpassed the normal level. His background is great. In the heavenly palace, Chen Zong is ranked first on the 4 list. His talent is extraordinary and amazing, and he's the fifth disciple of the heavenly palace lord. Whether it's talent, potential, or status, he's not someone I can compare to," Zhao Yixing said in a deep voice, his expression solemn. "In short, that Chen Zong is not someone I can offend. Perhaps his battle prowess is not inferior to mine now." The internal information of the heavenly palace was generally not disclosed to the public, so Zhao Yixing didn't explain it very clearly. He only mentioned it briefly, making it sound impressive, but not enough to know more. However, Zhao Yixing's tone and expression made it clear that Chen Zong was not someone to be trifled with, and neither was Zhao Yixing. This was because in the heavenly palace, Zhao Yixing was an ordinary true disciple, not a true disciple of the 5 palaces. Both were true disciples, but there was still a difference. If they had to be divided, Zhao Yixing was an ordinary true disciple, while Chen Zong was an elite true disciple. Even if Zhao Yixing had some confidence in becoming an elite true disciple this time, even if he succeeded, he still couldn't compare with Chen Zong. Therefore, he couldn't afford to offend Chen Zong. If he did, it would only bring trouble to the Zhao family. "Quickly tell me, how did you offend Chen Zong?" Zhao Yixing asked immediately. After understanding the cause and effect, he heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a big deal, and he didn't directly offend Chen Zong. It should be easy to resolve since he hadn't made a move yet. "Leave it to me. I'll rush back to the heavenly palace to apologize," Zhao Yixing said and stood up immediately. "Third brother, thank you for your hard work." Zhao family head understood the urgency of the matter, so he didn't urge him to stay. "It's no big deal. I'm also a member of the Zhao family." After Zhao Yixing finished speaking, he quickly left. He didn't know much about Chen Zong, nor did he know what kind of person Chen Zong was. However, he thought that this matter wasn't serious. It should be fine for him to go and apologize in person. At the very least, he would have to bleed a little. Zhao Yixing hurriedly left the Zhao family and returned to the Heavenly Palace. Chen Zong just happened to cross the Heart Sea and return to the Heavenly Palace. I hope I don't meet third senior sister. Chen Zong thought to himself as he climbed up the Heart Mountain. Although it had been 10 years, he still had a deep memory of what happened back then. If third senior sister knew and wanted to pursue the matter, he might be beaten up. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Forget it, I can't avoid it. But when Chen Zong returned to the Heavenly Palace, he first paid a visit to his master. Only then did he know that third senior sister Yu Wuxia had left the Heavenly Palace to train. As for whether she entered the White World or left the Black and White World to enter the Void, he didn't know. Training was a topic that every cultivator had to learn in their life. No expert became a cultivator through closed-door training. Instead, they had to constantly train and train. They had to sharpen themselves through training, pursue the Tao, and strengthen themselves. Every cultivator had to go through countless trials and tribulations to reach the pinnacle from the initial stage of cultivation. Closed-door training was only done when one's training reached a certain level and one's accumulation reached a limit. Only then would one go into closed-door training to sort out one's gains, comprehend everything, and search for a breakthrough. After he stabilized his cultivation in seclusion, he would set out once again to continue his training. The void was vast and mighty. Even sovereigns couldn't completely explore it. They could still continue training. Training was the eternal theme of any cultivator. Knowing that third senior sister Yu Wuxia wasn't here and had gone out to train, Chen Zong subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after bidding farewell to his master, Chen Zong went straight to the Star Battle Pagoda. Now, I should be able to pass the 10th level of the Star Battle Pagoda, right? Chen Zong thought to himself as his heart surged. 10-star battle prowess was equivalent to the Limiter battle prowess. Even if it was only the low Limiter battle prowess, it was still beyond the norm. Even though his cultivation had broken through and he was confident, Chen Zong still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when he actually stepped into the Star Battle Pagoda. This feeling was different from when he challenged the 100th level of White Jade City's unlimited challenges. This was because the opponents in the Star Battle Pagoda were barbarian tribe warriors. The barbarian tribe warriors were powerful and had shocking killing intent. They also had secret techniques to go all out. These were all things that the White Jade City's unlimited challenges did not have. Thus, Chen Zong could pass the 100th level of White Jade City's unlimited challenges. However, it wasn't that easy to pass the 10th level of the Star Battle Pagoda. Along the way, Chen Zong quickly defeated the barbarian Flood Dragon Tribe warriors on the 9th level. Even if the barbarian Flood Dragon Tribe warriors ignited their totemic power, it was useless. On the 10th level, his opponents were still barbarian Flood Dragon Tribe warriors. The aura they emitted was incomparably cold and terrifying. Chapter 2163. Fight. Fight without end. The real power of a 10-star warrior made Chen Zong feel good. It was much better than challenging the 100th level in White Jade City or fighting Little Sky King Xiao Dinglong. It made Chen Zong's blood boil. It was a kind of hostility in the nature of life. It was an explosion of power. The fighting skills of the demon barbarian warriors seemed simple, but they were superb skills that had been passed down from generation to generation. Every move and every style was only for fighting, for killing the enemy. Everything superfluous was discarded. It was very dangerous and terrifying. Furthermore, the Heart Seal treasure robe was temporarily ineffective here. It couldn't provide any protection, so if he was attacked by the barbarian flood dragons, he would definitely be injured or even killed. Fighting was also a form of training. Using battle to nurture battle, to stimulate potential, to improve oneself, and to perfect martial art. Chunzong created the third move of the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin sword technique. He swung his sword, and in an instant, under the cover of the Sword Dao domain, large trees fell from the sky, one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of trees fell from the sky. Each tree was more than 10 meters tall. The trunks were brown, the bark was tough, and the leaves were green. They bombarded the barbarian flood dragons. Each tree was formed by sword chi. The 10,000 Swords Return to Origin sword technique was a combination of the Tao of the world, the power of the divine body, and the Sword Dao domain. It suppressed the opponent within the range of the Sword Dao domain. After 10 years of experience, with the memories and experiences of Sword Sovereign Dong Ting, the inspiration from Sword Sovereign Ji Kong's sword discussion, and his superb perception, Chunzong's Sword Dao domain had already increased to a range of 500 meters. Within 500 meters, dozens of sword chi trees that were more than 10 meters tall were shot down. Each of them carried a shocking power. The third move of the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin sword technique. Forest of 10,000 trees. Chunzong imagined that when this move was used, countless trees would fall and cover the ground like a primordial forest. However, it was only in its embryonic form. Even so, it was still very powerful. However, it was still a heaven god power. It wasn't so easy to reach a spirit god power. Moreover, Tao controlling realm cultivation couldn't control a spirit god power. However, regardless of whether it was the sect returning swords or the heart refining swords, they both had the potential to become spiritual supernatural powers, or even higher supernatural powers. The 10-star barbarian flood dragons were continuously attacked by Chunzong's sword. Dozens of trees that were more than 10 meters tall were knocked down by Chunzong's sword. The barbarian flood dragon trembled when he was hit, but he managed to withstand it with his strong body. However, even if he could withstand the bombardment of one sword chi tree, he would not be able to withstand more. Even though the forest of 10,000 trees was an all-encompassing attack, the aftershock of the sword chi still caused the barbarian flood dragon's skin to split open and his movements to be restricted. The greatest secret of the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin was its suppression and restriction. Even if it couldn't kill the enemy, it could still suppress them temporarily. Sword Technique, Sword 3. In an instant, the domain of Sword Wei was compressed and integrated into the sword. It was extremely condensed and transformed into an extremely dazzling sword light that pierced through the sky. One sword to break all laws and one sword to create a world were two different paths, or even opposite. This was because the one sword to break all laws was to condense, while the one sword to birth a world was to disperse. Condensation and dispersion were opposite. However, Chunzong used a different system to apply them. The Qi refinement system's one sword to break all laws was to compress the domain of Sword Wei into the sword technique. One sword was extremely powerful and could break all laws. The body refinement system's one sword to create a world was to disperse the domain of Sword Wei into the sword technique. One sword was extremely powerful and could suppress all directions. The domain of Sword Wei within 500 meters was completely integrated into Sword 3, making it even more powerful. However, this wasn't Sword 3's limit. At the very least, a 1,000-meter domain of Sword 3's power was what it should be. Even so, the power of this sword was still very terrifying. It could break through everything and pierce through everything. The barbarian flood dragon's forehead was directly pierced through. The extremely terrifying sword chi immediately rushed into his mind and crushed his brain, preventing him from igniting his totem for the final attack. The barbarian flood dragon was dead. Chenzong had truly passed the 10th level. The 11th level. Chenzong muttered to himself. He instinctively felt that his combat power couldn't reach the 11th star level. That was the level of the ultimate realm. However, he still wanted to experience how big the gap was. Then, the 11th level. I'm coming. In an instant, Chenzong stepped into the 11th level. A figure stood not far away. It was a barbarian warrior from the barbarian flood dragon tribe. The barbarian flood dragon tribe's body looked even more perfect than the one on the 10th level. His aura was filled with the terrifying aura of lightning and volcanoes. Just a little of it leaked out, but it made Chenzong's hair stand on end. It was extremely terrifying. A pair of cold and violent eyes stared at Chenzong, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. An indescribable feeling emerged from the depths of his heart. One look was enough to make Chenzong extremely vigilant. He gathered all his strength in an instant. In the next instant, the barbarian flood dragon tribe attacked. With his extremely sharp senses, Chenzong only caught a blurry flash of light. Relying on his powerful will and perception of the heart sword Dao, Chenzong slashed out with his sword, blocking that strike. However, the terrifying force directly blasted out, forcing Chenzong to retreat repeatedly. His sword trembled incessantly. In an instant, before Chenzong could recover, the second attack came. The third attack came. It was too fast, too strong, and too fierce. Chenzong could only rely on the strong senses brought about by the heart sword path to block 5 attacks in a row. Although he blocked them time and time again, he was pushed back again and again. His body was constantly impacted and injured, causing him to spit out blood. The 6th attack. This attack was even faster. Although Chenzong blocked it, the power was extremely strong. He spat out blood again. Failure. He had failed the challenge on the 11th level. The opponent was too fast and too strong. Every attack was a perfect combination of speed and strength. Under such circumstances, Chenzong could only defend passively and could not fight back. Chenzong was killed by the 10th attack. He was killed while defending passively. This kind of death was really frustrating. 11-star combat strength in the final realm. Outside the star battle tower, Chenzong unconsciously exhaled. Then, he looked at the star battle tablet beside him. There was a new name and corresponding information on the tablet. Chenzong, 6th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm, 10-star combat strength. Just as Chenzong's name was listed on the tablet, the palace lords of the 5 palaces all knew about it. 10-star combat strength in the 6th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. Isin, this guy is truly lucky. The palace lords were all shocked and envious of Heart Holy Man, low extreme combat strength in the 6th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. This disciple of mine is really... Heart Holy Man did not know how to describe it. It's time to give this kid a title. Just as Chenzong was about to leave the star battle tower, someone walked quickly toward him. It was an unfamiliar face. Senior Brother Chen, please wait. This was a middle-aged man, but he directly addressed Chenzong as Senior Brother. His tone and attitude were very respectful. However, Chenzong sensed that this person's cultivation was in the 9th Revolution Dao Manipulation Realm. Chenzong stopped and responded, I wouldn't dare. Who is Senior Brother? I wouldn't dare, Senior Brother Chen. I'm Zhao Yixing. The person immediately explained what happened. Chenzong immediately knew who this person was. My nephew offended Senior Brother Chen and your friend. He really shouldn't have done that. Please be magnanimous, Senior Brother Chen. If you have any requests, you can tell me. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate to go through fire and water. Zhao Yixing's attitude and tone were very respectful. One could feel that he was sincere. This matter is over, Chenzong said, As for how to deal with my friend, I won't interfere. You can't interfere either. Since the other party's attitude was like this, there was no need to continue pursuing the matter. As for Wang Kuan, he was a little injured, but he had obtained the heart-refining fruit. He probably wouldn't pursue the matter. Of course, if he wanted to pursue the matter, he wouldn't help. However, Zhao Yixing couldn't help the Zhao family either. Everything was up to him. After all, he could help once, but not forever. Whether it was friends or brothers, his own matters were more about his own choice. He had to bear the corresponding consequences. Friends didn't mean babysitters. Thank you, senior brother, Zhao Yixing said happily. Chen Zong's talent and status were better than his. Even if he was an elite true disciple, he couldn't compare. Therefore, there was no need to make enemies. It was very unwise. Chen Zong left. Zhao Yixing looked at the star battle tablet. Immediately, his pupils shrank. Chen Zong, 6th Transformation Dao Manipulation Realm, 10-star combat strength. Indeed, in terms of combat strength, Chen Zong wasn't inferior to him at all. Zhao Yixing's cultivation was at the 9th Transformation Dao Manipulation Realm, but Chen Zong was only at the 6th Transformation Dao Manipulation Realm. If Chen Zong's cultivation reached the 9th Transformation Dao Manipulation Realm, what would his combat strength be? 11 stars? At least 11 stars. As for 12 stars, he didn't dare to imagine it. That was called the combat strength of the Transcendent Realm. If combat strength was divided into levels, it was generally understood that there were two major levels: conventional combat strength and the Transcendent Realm. However, there were actually three levels: conventional combat strength, Transcendent Realm combat strength, Transcendent Realm combat strength. Since ancient times, there were very few people in the Will Heavenly Palace who could raise their combat strength to the Transcendent Realm. There were only a few on the Star Battle Tablet. It was too difficult. Not long after, Exin Holy Lady of the Will Heavenly Palace issued a notice to the entire Will Heavenly Palace. The fifth true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, Chen Zong, received the title of Unparalleled. It wasn't a small matter for a true disciple to receive a title. Usually, it was necessary to inform the other palace lords first and obtain the approval of at least two of them. In other words, at least 3 of the 5 palace lords had to approve of the title before it could be announced and officially take effect. However, there was still one last step, which was to obtain the approval of more than half of the people in the Heavenly Palace before it could be nominated on the title tablet. Following that, the other 4 palace lords also issued notices to congratulate Chen Zong on receiving the title of Unparalleled. This was approval. This was the unanimous approval of all 5 palace lords. After all, a 6th Transformation Dao Manipulation Realm cultivator with 10-star combat strength and ranked first in the mental test. If he wasn't unparalleled, who could be? For a moment, the Heavenly Palace was shaken. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.